Oh, he's spinning around looking like a little loser.
HP.
I have 21 HP. I'm close.
Teleblast.
I don't know. I think they hear me normally, but before, I don't think any. I think it was too loud, like the game. I think no one was around me. But I'll ask them when I'm back in. I'll ask them when I'm back in. I don't think they were around me. I thought the mimic was Chris that whole time. I don't think he was near me. Because when I'm like next to them and there's no fighting going on,
over there.
I think it's okay.
Oh.
But I could be wrong. I could be wrong too.
Dog. Fuck. No, we're
Teleblast.
I'll go pee while they're figuring it out.
Like, bro, that's fun.
out of here. I'm dead, actually, instead. How about that?
Teleblast. Teleblast.
Yeah, I'm dead as hell.
Like, I'm just casting spells out here.
Was there dead bodies?
Wait, is this the revive room?
Yeah, how does she do it? How does she do it?
I don't know.
Bring us back, Sammy.
What do I do?
Bring us back, Sammy, please! Please! That's our boss!
I think you have to have,
There's no
I think you have to have a
button
certain
like,
item.
revive them. They're just like
maybe...
here.
Oh, Corpus! Corpus! It says Corpus above us!
Wait, Corpus.
Lumen!
What does that say, bro?
Oculus!
Oculus.
Freedom!
Oculus.
Oculus! Anima! Beta!
Beta.
Yes! Corpus!
Corpus.
Altus!
Altus.
Oh! Lumen! Oculus! Come on,
Oculus.
Sammy! Lock the fuck in!
Anima. Beta. Corpus.
Come on, Sammy, lock the fuck in!
Come on! Lock
Lumen.
it in! Yeah!
Oculus.
Yeah!
Anima.
Yeah!
Beta.
Let's go! Yeah!
Oh my god, let's go!
Let's go!
You're crazy!
No
That was
way,
awesome!
dude.
That was awesome! Sammy, your voice is getting lower and lower each time. It was so freaky.
What the hell?
Brass
Oh my-
locked in!
Oh wait, this is the resurrection room?
Altaba!
Yeah, you gotta read off a bunch of words that they flash.
Oh shit.
That was so sick. Holy. He controls the narrative.
Error.
Bro, that was a movie!
Error. Oh shit, I don't have any
How
ones.
dramatic.
Damn
You
it.
brought back your friends to life. That's awesome.
True.
Oh wow.
That was a movie.
You don't come back with your
my
wands,
God.
though.
Cinema. And I still have 1 HP, by the way.
Yeah.
We need to
What
leave,
HP in a
and then
dream?
let's leave, actually. Up here.
Let's get the heck out of here.
I think, follow me, guys, and this is the way to go, because
Where's
the
Crispy?
tower.
Crispy!
Should we try to go
Tower's
back
growing.
and get our wands?
Oh!
Too
Or
risky.
no?
Nah,
I don't know.
I say we all leave
think?
alive, and maybe we get more points for it.
Yeah,
Yeah,
true.
fair.
Hi
The
Weezy,
fire
we
wand is
are with
so
the
damn good,
pals.
God
How
damn
are
it.
you?
It sucks.
Yeah.
Hi Nia as well, Glam,
Hey.
Weezy,
Hey.
Pod.
It's okay,
It's one of the
we-
only things we can kill me.
We'll just find stuff to trade, and
Yeah.
hopefully we get it again.
Yeah.
We just need like an offensive wand that kills things.
Hey!
Yeah, this is the slot.
5 years. Oh my god.
No, I agree that the shared money is a little rough, but that's the most of these games do shared money.
1975. A lot of chaos.
Wait, one more night. I gotta get a
Fine.
wand.
Night.
Wonder if there's anything I can find to
14.
sell.
Let's see.
Ooh, astral.
I have a freshwater pearl. How much is this worth? For 2 gold.
Oh wait,
Now, I'm gonna
I
save
have.
it.
Can I sell this?
I have a frog. I'm gonna put it in the potion area.
How do you sell stuff? Oh, in the box? Wait, how do you
I don't know.
sell
It's
stuff?
confusing, personally.
I don't get it either.
Yeah, it's mad.
Oh, I missed my
confusing.
illusion
Gotta
wand.
go.
What do I sell?
Let's go. It is silly, Leah. It's like
I'd rather
confusing
just
as
keep this to
hell.
trade. I have a
Obviously,
bunch of stuff to
we're
trade
learning,
that
but it's
buy,
good.
so if I find anything cool, you guys can have it.
Thank you, Pudge and Wheezy, for the stream streaks. Wait, Sammy.
Chris, stop talking about all that. Have we tried pondering the orb?
Ignis
Guys, can you
balls.
hear me fine? Like I'm not too quiet?
Yes, I can hear you. Yeah.
I can now, yes.
Alright, cool. Perfect.
Oh, that's how you invite people.
Oh, that's fun.
Yeah.
That's how you invite people
Ponder.
to the lobby.
Here, guys.
Ponder the orb.
Stamina boost, health boost, and stamina boost.
Wait, do we take those before we
Wow,
start?
my
or,
go, bro.
They're permanent. Those are permanent ones.
permanent?
Taking
Oh
a
my
stand
god.
boost.
Yeah.
I'll take a health boost. Oh, 110.
Whoa!
Someone take that stand boost.
Dog.
Carla, this is for you.
Where is it?
It's on the
Yoda
floor over here.
Oculus.
Is this a
Yeah,
little
yeah,
thing?
This right
Balls.
here.
Yeah.
This one right here.
Yes,
Thank
yep,
you.
You
drink it. Chris?
You good?
Are you lying? You're lying.
Back so soon.
You're lying.
What'd you say?
Bro, I had a
You're
condition.
lying, bro.
Dude, that was weird.
It
So I guess
actually sounds really good, though.
no, it made my words go backwards or something. Did you hear that?
No, you just did
No,
that.
no.
It just made
No,
you
you
do
just,
that.
you just did that, yeah.
Tempest.
Tempest.
Bro's such a
Error.
yeah.
Oh,
Oh.
Tempest. Sammy, move!
Ow! Ow! Ah! Ah!
No, I'm gonna do.
Oh, bro.
Next feather.
That's stupid.
Pull.
Youch.
Arrow.
I wonder if we could pull
Teleblast.
to. I wonder if we could
Arrow.
pull to the dude if it's
Tempest.
weird or if he like gets angry or not.
Ooh.
Arrow. Tempest.
So why is it right up? But that's why This is how you remind me of what I really am.
Tempest.
Arrow.
Up dog. Oh, I don't have that. I
Arrow.
don't have that anymore. Almost stepped off the ledge.
Arrow.
I should have
Look at
grabbed
my
this stick.
candle.
back from that ledge, my friend.
Up dog. Dog.
You think you could give
Dog.
this guy stuff for him to come to life?
Dog.
Surely.
Oh, you guys are holding a candle. That's smart.
Yeah, if you hold the blue
Arrow.
ones,
Whoa.
they're good.
Oh, an eye.
What is that? What's
Tempest. Eyeball.
Teleblast.
Big eyeball. Not good.
Big ball.
Wait, let's get out of here, Carla.
Teleblast.
Let's get out of here. Check this out, guys.
Ooh, wow.
I'm excited to leave.
Wow. Me spawning into Japan.
There's something
Tempest.
up there.
Arrow.
Oh, here it is. Arrow.
Okay, so be careful in here. These couches come to life, so that's
Great.
very scary.
Tempest. Arrow.
Death.
Arrow. Arrow. Ooh. Ah. Ooh. Tempest. Tempest. Eye.
Oh shit.
Eye.
Ah.
Arrow.
Arrow.
They're freak.
Tempest. Chair.
Contract
Arrow.
complete.
Oh nice. I did that.
Teleblast.
I did that. Nah, I'm joking. That's not bringing it.
Whoa.
Ooh. Arrow.
Telefloat.
Tempest. Tempest.
Whoa. Whoa.
Tempest.
Whoa. Teleblast.
Arrow. Arrow.
Teleblast.
Whoa. Ooh, 60. Oh, we're making bank. We should go.
Telefloat.
burnt stuff. Oh my god. Another contract completed, Sammy.
Nice.
Whoa.
Arrow.
Teleblast.
Tempest.
Needed that. Oh, this is the res room. If anyone's dead, we can do it in here.
Arrow.
Again. Very cool. Carla, you're doing a great job.
Wow, thank you.
No problem. Whee!
Whee! Yeah, so you have to destroy things.
She's gone.
Ooh. Oh, that's new. Hmm.
What up, Amy?
Fun. Thanks for
broke.
lurking. The wizards are cute. Oh, I want to go to the extraction so
Hello.
bad. Error. Error.
I'm
Teleblast.
glad you had fun yesterday. Oh, Tempest. Arrow.
Teleblast.
Oh my god, the chair. Error.
Running away. Good for you.
Tempest. Oh shoot. How do we get to the thing? I want to leave. I'm scared. Error. I'm good. How are you? Oop. Error.
Teleblast. Teleblast. Teleblast.
Oh,
Carla!
that's my fault. It's my fault.
Are you okay?
Yeah.
Door.
Oh, so
door.
man. Oh, he ran.
Man!
There's a man. Error.
I see him.
Error.
Teleblast. Oh, he's running, Carla.
We need to get. Where do we get to
That
the
guy's-
thing?
I don't know. That guy
Dusty.
sprinted away, though. Maybe
It's
we
so
teleport
fun.
back, can we? Hey, Teleblast!
Arrow.
Oh, what's the ball?
Up dog. Tempest.
Telelock.
Arrow.
We're gonna try and get out of here.
I'm coming.
Oh, wait, yeah, there's a teleport over here. Let's teleport back.
Okay. Coming. Oh my god. How hard is that process? Me too, Wheezy. We're in this together.
Oh, yeah, this is where we were earlier. It's so dark out here. I can't see a thing.
I can't see a damn thing.
Who turned out the lights?
This is just the art style hyper, I think. From what you're seeing.
Teleblast.
Yeah, this is just the art style. I did try to change it because this is what
Oh,
it actually
wow.
looks like.
Teleblast.
But I turn off the effect because it's a bit like, what the fuck?
I bet that's a lot of money if I knock that over.
Really?
Teleblast.
Error. oh!
Yeah!
Oh!
Oh!
Oh! Oh! Oh! Whoa!
Oh, sick.
Oh my god.
Descending the staircase.
We gotta
We gotta
find
get
it.
the heck out of here.
We gotta go to the next tower, whatever that may be. Chris, where do we go?
Uh-oh.
Hello?
Hello, where do
Hey.
we go?
Oh, we need to leave.
I don't know how to get there. Do you know?
Blink. Astralize.
Guys,
Great.
Follow me, gamers.
I'm literally scared right now.
I'm
Follow
so literally
me.
scared, princess.
I'm where we scale.
Do you know how to get to extraction?
There's a thing that's alive over here. We have to look for the tip of a building that has purple glowing.
Purple.
Purple.
Swap.
Purple.
Maybe we take this.
That's where Carla and I came from. We couldn't.
Oh wait, it's over there. It's over there. I see it.
Oh, it's over there. Run, no, wait, leave. Don't go in. Don't.
Oh great. Okay, where did you go? Up or down? Oh, this way.
Astralize.
This way, maybe.
I'm sorry, Kelly.
Swap.
All right. How do we get out of here?
Is it this way? Wait, did you go up?
Yeah, we went
Wait.
up.
Sucks having no wand.
Is it this way?
Maybe we teleport. I'm glad you're chilling though, dude. I'm sorry. Oh, there.
Maybe it's this way. Tempest. Great.
Hella blast.
Ooh. Ooh, echo. Arrow. Tempest.
No.
Up dog. Oh no. Oh god. Tempest. Up dog. Great. Great, I don't know where I am. Oh no. At least they found it. Oh, they're over there. Oh god, I couldn't find it.
Whoa.
What is that?
Ow!
What was that? Did we get like hacked? I think.
That was hacked, yeah. I think someone joined to do that.
The fuck was that?
Guys, I'm sorry. I think someone hacked into our lobby. Ouch. I think that was a slur too, now that I think of it. I think. I don't know if I...
I managed to mute it as fast as I could. How's that happen?
Pull my headphones.
That was that made me jump. Yeah, that was a slur.
Sammy literally left.
Yeah. Lies bar?
Is this lobby not locked?
I don't...
It should be.
Oh, that was so like...
No, that was smart to shut the full game off.
It was so loud in my headphones.
Oh my
my
god.
headphones, I
Throw my
closed the
earphones
game
off.
faster than I've ever closed anything in my life.
Yeah. I literally so I guess someone joined or managed to get into the game like there.
Cool.
I'm gonna run an ad.
Well, do you want to play Lies bar maybe? Lies bar?
Yeah, I guess. I feel like there's no way to really.
Because that was a slur, right? That wasn't like
yeah,
a...
that was 100% a slur.
Okay,
Over and
yeah.
over, yeah.
Yeah, okay. Oh my god.
No, it's definitely somebody definitely just hacked the game. It's
Yeah,
day
that was a
one.
hack. Yeah,
with
it's
stuff
day
like
one.
that, it happened.
They do
Yeah.
that. People who have like a lot of time on their hands and nothing like social going on, they do that. Just because like that's like, their own
There's
thing.
nothing going on. Guys, I'm gonna play a 2-hour ad real quick. Hold on.
Yeah. Well,
What-
that's a bummer, but we at least we got a little bit going.
Whoa, that was honestly so loud. It like bypassed my audio. Like it went louder than the game. Oh
Yeah,
my
no, it was
goodness.
Yeah.
so loud. It went louder than my like on my OBS. It was like the loudest person possible.
Yeah, holy shit. Sorry guys. I like tried to close. I put my dials down as quick as I could. That was crazy. Oh my
I didn't
god.
even like. All I just heard was a siren. I didn't hear anything else.
What they're probably doing, they're probably looking at the Yap Yap like directory and just joining in.
Yeah.
And,
Fucking
fucking with
loser.
people. Yeah.
Oh
You know,
god.
it is what it is. Blows ass. But
Loser.
that game's fun, and hopefully when they fix the security issues, we go again.
Oh my
Yeah.
god. That honestly shocked the shit out of me. That was just so loud.
Yeah.
Whew.
I'm like not that shocked. Like I'm just used to it. Like I'm so used to it.
Yeah, it's just like.
Oh yeah,
But,
like
that
it's
just
not
happens.
it's not shocking because people do that in lobbies, but that was like
Yeah.
that actually made me jump. Holy shit. It was
Yeah.
so fucking loud. Lies Bar or West Hunt first?
Yeah, I'm down for Liar's Bar, I think, because I feel like that's safer, maybe.
Yeah, let's do it.
Dang, I was having fun with the Yap Yap too.
Yeah.
You know what? It's
GGs.
day one of it being a game.
Yeah.
I'm sure within the week they will lock it down. Because people were
no,
getting
for sure.
into web fishing, like a chill little fishing game. Like people were hacking that for a little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah. People
I just don't
don't
understand
like-
how that happens, and I don't know how to really, if there's a way to report based on like will we know?
I'm sure that they know. I'm
Yeah.
sure that the devs probably know people are doing this. They'll
Yeah.
figure it out.
Yeah.
Day one, guys. Day one. What can you do?
Day one.
But
Day
but
one.
other than that horrifying event, I was actually having a lot of fun with that game. I liked it.
Yeah, I liked it too.
Are we doing liars? Is that what we're? Is that what
Yeah,
we're doing?
liars
think
first.
so.
Slay.
I'm inviting you guys.
Slay.
Slay.
Guys, that's happened before. Sometimes you can't control it. I'm not giving them any more attention,
Get my John Pork
'Cause they're
up in
just
here. I wanna change
racist
my outfit,
fuckheads.
maybe, actually.
but I do apologize if that like hurt your ears. Like I didn't honestly like that was just so out of nowhere. I was fumbling to get my dials off. I didn't know what was happening. So I do apologize if I hurt your ears or if it made you overstimulated or whatever. But yeah, I'm sorry for the audio version, or the audio stress of that. But we move on and we're going to have a really good time. Because fuck them. Alright? That's all we're going to do. What we're going to talk about, I'm going to end it there. What I will say though, gang, I'm going to turn off voice in general. I mean, I know we're going to use Discord, but I'm going to turn off voice
smart,
volume
just
in the
in
game.
case.
Just in case, yeah.
Yeah. No, I agree.
Okay.
Audio.
Did I mute it fast, guys?
Wait, so
I
what?
felt like I took
I
ages.
don't
I
even
was
see
so
voice.
scared. Let me
has an
see.
option here.
Dialogue volume. You turn it all the way down. We've
You
had
know,
that.
we're talking like.
Oh, you know what? We should be fine because Yap Yap's 5 players. That's how they got in, I
Okay.
think. It'll be different proxies and shit for this one too. So we'll give it a red or crap. Okay.
It's definitely someone just going in the Yap Yap category.
Yeah. Because they know there's no security at the moment or not enough.
Yeah.
I was fast. Okay, cool. So that was just a blur for me. Huge. Because it was so like the screeching is I missed everything else about the audio and then I realized and I was like, oh my god, Jesus. Okay, beautiful. Nice. Beautiful.
Okay. All right, let me invite you guys. Friends only. Okay.
Okay. Guys, we all
I'm
know I
inviting you
wanted
guys.
to play Lies Bar anyway. These are good vibes. At least we know what we're doing. Vak, real. Real. Liar. Lying passes that are friends. I love the slots. Slots, 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 slots.
She's clamoring.
Liar. Oh, hi, Liar. That's crazy. Hi, Bliss. How are you? Guys. Oh, Pig. Show me. Show me. How are you, Dom? Guys, we're gonna win. I want to play slots so bad. Witchy Nick Wild. This is Liar's Bar. So it's kind of like bullshit if you've heard that card game. So basically, if it tells you like it's a king's table, you have to only put down kings. No one can see your cards. If you don't have a king, you have to lie. And it's up to them. There is a bit of Russian roulette in advance, guys. I always look away, so you might hear something, but you won't see it. But yeah, just a heads up for that one. I always look away though, because I'm a pussy. But it's fun, and Liar's Poker's so good. Yeah, every turn. Cass, I know. What's going on with it? It's just shot down. Did 3 miles on the treadmill, then lifted heavy things. Proud of you, babe. Huge. Hit to 11. Wait, 11 ET? Chris, can we do slots, or am I a slot?
I think he's burbed.
He's burbed. You're right, you're right, you're right. Sorry, Shaq.
You're good. You're good for it, though.
Thanks, babe. He's pissing.
Wait, Crispy got that fit on, by the way.
I
that
know.
helmet. That's sick.
I know. Okay, shiny horn.
I got that. Got that
and the
fit.
flip flops, bro. Wait, you're fitted to the nines.
Fitted to the nines. Whoa, whoa. I will win slots, guys. Mark my words. I'm gonna win this. Because I need to. I'm going to Japan in 2 weeks. I'm 30 in 6 days. Guys, ew. I can't believe I've streamed most of my 20s and now I'm starting my next however long of streaming in my 30s. Crazy. Crazy. Oh my god. A casual Friday, Ethan. Oh my god, fuck. Yeah. 30 will be the best. I agree. I agree. Yeah, it's weird. I keep forgetting the date and forgetting what's on this month. Hope your 30s treat you so well. Thanks, babes. I can't believe I'm seeing my friends in Japan in 2 weeks. What the hell? Literally. Yippee! Isn't it cute? Isn't it cute, Foxy? I love it. Yeah, Nats, I'm ready. I'm ready. It's gonna be the best. 11 p.m. Central. Right, okay. I should get like a wall of clocks to look at. Yeah, it's gonna be nice. Like, obviously 9 hours is still a long flight, but that's nothing to me compared to other flights that I've done. So their flights are longer than mine. I'm stoked. I have one plane and I'm there. That's so cool. Like, a second plane sometimes feels a little bit like, oh, ask. I want a wall of world clocks. I can just look over and be like, hell yeah, you know. I might do that one year. It'd be so weird. Imagine people coming into my house. Girl, what does this mean? Don't worry. Ignore it. Chris, are you back from Wizen? No, he's shitting. Round number birthdays. I know Feb 10.
Bro's got that
That bidet is on, Crispy.
that bidet is working overtime right now. Oh.
Hi Nebula. Fun. This is the third game of the day. Never flown so far they need a connecting flight. Yeah, like, I think especially going to the States, you do like 13 hours, right? And then you go through customs and you're tired and sore. And then to jump on another one, I hate it. Anytime I go to New Jersey, it's worth it. But every time I'm like, it's not even that bad, I know. But I hate the second flight.
Oh, this camera.
So the fact that I only have one flight is, I'm shaking in my boots thinking of it. It's crazy. I'm very excited. I'm a better, you know what, Stinky? It's the landing I hate. Isn't that weird? I hate landing the most. I don't know why. Taking off, I'm like, yeah. B.O.B. Hayley Williams, airplanes in the night sky is like shooting stars. That's fine. Landing, I'm like, girl, even though it's like, oh, we're landing. That's great. But I'm like, ugh. I hate the feeling of it. Like, just stay. I don't know. Even though it's probably the best part, I guess, for people. Because it's like, yay, I've landed. Yippee, you know?
Sorry, gamers. All right, I'm ready.
Can we do slots?
Nah, you're
I think we
chill.
should-
Welcome
I
back.
think we should do like deck first and then to slots, right? Slots is like the one you like the most.
Okay, whatever.
Yeah.
No, like she's.
The people are
fiending,
clamoring
bruh.
for it, Chris.
I'm okay with starting with.
No,
Liar's
we can
deck.
start with the dick.
Huh?
Sorry,
The who?
the dick.
The who?
The dick.
You gotta hit ready up. my
Oh,
queen.
sorry, babe. I wonder why we weren't starting. I was waiting. I was
Nah,
like,
I'm
come
good.
on.
She's good for it.
I can hear you guys in voice chat too.
What?
Hello.
Okay.
Is my marketing game today or not? Really?
It is actually.
Oh
Hello?
wait, W.
Hello, can you hear
So
me?
bad.
Mine
Hey,
working
Chris.
too.
Dang! Wow,
Yeah,
look at us.
everybody's
Look
is
at- look at
working.
them.
Oh, we
Everyone's
finally
working.
have the mouth thing.
The mouth things
Wait.
are working.
Yours
Hey,
is
John.
Carla's isn't.
Oh,
Wait,
mine's
Carla,
not working? Hello?
Oh no, it
Oh,
is.
it
It is.
is.
Oh,
It's
okay,
just
okay.
It's
light.
just not the greatest mouth, you know.
Hey.
Hey. Okay.
King's
one
table.
king. Wait, how do I do this? There we go.
One king.
One king.
One chaos card. Call it. Ah.
One queen.
One queen.
One king.
One king. I knew you'd call that. I knew it. I knew it. I knew it.
Wow.
I knew it.
What? Are you fucking kidding me?
I knew that would happen.
Slobbering on the frickin'
Shot.
Johnson, dude. Won the
He's
John
gone.
You
Ford.
should have just called the chaos, Crispy.
Wait, I haven't heard Chris in a minute. Is he with us still?
I'm talking. Can you hear me
Oh.
in game?
Oh no,
No,
I can
we
hear you.
couldn't right until now. And
Yeah,
I was
earlier
talking
when
that
you said
whole
hello.
time.
Couldn't hear you.
One queen.
1 queen.
1 chaos card.
Crispy, why the long face? Chaos.
Chaos.
You know what to do, Sammy. Oh.
Wow.
Oh my
Wow.
god.
One queen.
1 master card.
1 chaos card.
1 queen.
Damn it. Yep. Let's all try and get a 3-way. So everyone shoots someone. And let's see if we can do 3 at the same time.
Everyone playing date everything.
Sorry. Yeah, perfect.
Hey, over here.
Hey, yo, hey, yo.
What? Damn.
Not wrong, but also, hey, yo,
Hey,
oh,
yo.
hey.
Hey, yo.
One queen.
1 queen.
1 chaos card.
Da 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 da.
Let us see.
Uh-oh.
All right.
Oh, bye, guys. Oh!
Oh, my Shayla!
Oh.
And then there were 2.
Oh.
1.
Liar.
Oh.
Oh, wow. Well,
What the hell?
well. Nah, keep it pointed. Nah, keep it pointed. 50-50.
All right. Good luck.
Wow. Oh, wow. One queen.
1.
1 what?
1.
1.
Oh, shoot.
Liar. Die. Oh, I'm gonna need Lady Luck right here. Lady Luck, are you in the building tonight?
She's got it. Okay.
Oh,
Oh, no.
she was not in the building.
Hey, I'm John Pork. I got a fucking monocle and I got a big tank top. Thank you.
I got a big tank
Thank you.
top. Great.
Liar slots.
Yes. Guys, this
Let's
is
do
a...
liar slot.
Woo! I mean, alright, I guess.
Someone's excited.
Yeah. Fix what she's got. Okay. Hi, mother. How are you doing? Liar sluts. Oh, beef, thank God.
Lots.
Thank God that's a lie.
Okay.
Porco Rosso over there.
All right.
Yeah, this is a solid 0, but we're gonna let a little 1 get away.
Humble 1.
Humble 1 here. Humble
1.
Ooh.
Humble 2. Humble 2.
All right. Woo!
Yeah, sure.
Oh.
That's a humble 0.
Yeah.
Humble 3.
Yeah.
Sure.
Humble Howie. Humble Howie.
Humble 3.
Just gonna let it go.
Humble 3.
She might have actually had it, bro.
Oh.
Shit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's a legendary roll, bro. There's actually no one.
Generational roll. Come on, get a heart, Chris. Get a heart. Oh.
That's no worries. Hey, you gotta call the 3 in the first round. You gotta call it.
Yeah, you gotta call it.
I for sure thought she had 2. I was just going for the 3.
I know.
Yeah.
What are you thinking, Sammy?
Humble 1. Humble 1.
Yeah, I have to look away from myself.
She's got a humble 1.
No, for sure. He's gonna do it too. Oh no, he's respinning. All right, he had nothing.
Nah.
Slot.
Much better.
Okay.
Easy two.
You'd like that, wouldn't you?
I would, Crispy.
Wow. Wow.
Yep. Let me just roll a jackpot real quick. Let me just roll a jackpot.
Sure.
Woo!
Yeah, right.
2.
Oh, the mouse don't move in this mode, I just realized.
Liar. I don't think I got 2.
That's crazy, Sammy. And rest in peace to my girl because I had nothing.
Dang!
Let's go.
Wow.
Let me.
Oh, I'm sorry. That's not 2 after the 3.
No, I'm gonna get my heart right here. Check this out.
Lady luck.
Wait. Oh, no way!
Woo!
There's just no way.
She's on a generational run.
Oh.
Woohoo!
Get out of here, man. Put that thing away. Oh my god.
Humble 1.
That's a humble 0 right there.
Woo!
That's a 1.
2.
That's a
No,
one.
That's 2.
People's cheeks. Oh,
Can I
great.
get anyone anything? Maybe a glass of water?
Oh, that'd be great.
Glass
Thank
of
you.
water.
Actually, I would love 1, Chris.
All right.
Thanks, man.
The way
Sit
she's gonna
down,
put 2
girl,
no matter
sit
what, even though
down.
she doesn't have it, is so funny.
Girl, it's a 0. Sit
Oh my
down.
god, Chris, I called her out on 2 earlier and then she saved herself with a heart roll. It was nuts.
Yep.
Nah.
That's her looking for her heart.
She's on a generational run.
Just a casual 1.
Oh,
Casual
yeah,
one.
sure.
Just 1 heart.
Sure.
Wrap it up.
The way you went for
Wrap
a
it
round
up.
2 the currentiest possible.
Humble 2. Humble 2.
Oh man. 2. All right, let me
So
just
you
do
guys
it.
do
Well,
every
crispy.
round.
Intriguing.
I gotta save
Every
myself from the.
round.
Woohoo! From the
Girl.
Sure. Girl, please.
Girl. Sit down. Sit down.
Sit down. Looking for your hearts. Here comes a humble 1, but it's a 0.
No,
Oh,
reroll,
the
reroll.
respin.
Zero,
It was a 0.
Woo!
Girl,
that's a
another
double
zero.
zero roll.
Another
That's a double zero roll.
Sit down. Chris is double. Sit down.
Only hearts
Oh
count.
my
You're
God.
you're
Starting
bidding
to
on your
smell,
on
starting to
hearts.
smell it.
Yes. Oh, it's
Bro,
so
we gotta
funny.
start cooking that pork over there. That's rough, Sammy.
Humble one.
That's rough.
Humble one, huh? Or humble none?
Humble one.
No, just a humble one.
Great jackpot.
Jackpot! Jackpot!
Oh. Bye, Carla.
Bye, Carla. Her days were numbered.
That's awkward.
All right, 1v1, Crispy.
Get him, Sammy.
Humble one.
God damn it. Thought I was getting that one.
Why?
Oh, Sammy. Nah, she's gonna roll a heart.
Let's
What
go.
a call.
She's gonna roll a heart.
Come on. Hey!
Well.
Ugh.
All right, Crispy. Nice redemption.
All right, that's me. It's Gurk. They call me Gambling Gurk. I'm the king of the casino here from Atlantic City, baby. Let's do this thing. Tell him egg and cheese sandwich. All right, everything.
Again. Yeah, that zebra's cunty.
And she's got.
She's
got a heart. She's got one heart. All right,
She's got a heart.
check this out, guys. Jackpot coming at you.
Coming at you from
Woo!
every sound.
She's wooing already. She's.
Oh, kind of go woo.
One heart.
Kind of go woo. What's happened to this
No,
world?
No, don't take my Oscar away.
2.
Yeah,
You're
humble
wooing
two,
for 2
humble two.
hearts, huh? Interesting.
Humble two. Humble two.
Humble too. Ooh.
Humble Howie. Humble Howie.
Humble Howie.
I
Call
love
me the
Howie.
Humboldt Squid.
Oh, wow.
Hmm. That's a 1, but he's gonna stretch a 3 here because he's been out of it.
Now if he stands, he's got 2.
If he stands, he's got
Didn't
2.
stand, but-
Great.
He was thinking about the 3, and then I called him out. So he's like, you know what? I'll drop it to a 2.
She's gonna reroll. She's gonna reroll.
He's gonna reroll. Classic reroll right here.
Sit down.
1 heart.
A chill one.
1 heart.
We played Yap Yap, Ethan. Sorry, Mother, and Car Dealer Sim.
Sam, it's okay.
Yeah.
give reroll.
So see this, or you can't see the
Oh,
scores.
Put those weapons away.
But when there's like a target
one,
here, which
humble
you'll
one.
see, and like a winner, they can execute. So you're trying to get away
I only
with
have
as
4
many
fingers.
hearts as you can by lying,
That's alright.
or if you have them.
Nice.
So
Wait,
you can't
I
get
only have 4
executed.
as well.
I got executed last round because I was the lowest on the leaderboard.
Wait, are we all rocking 4 fingers? I think we are.
Yeah, I think we're all rocking 4
Guess so.
fingies.
I think we have
So-
thumbs.
Yes. So like
I have thumbs.
saying
actually.
1 is safe, but if you're
Oh, I'm
trying to
happy
get
for you.
see those things here,
And
the
then.
red, it's very faint.
And
But now
Put that
Crispy's the
eyeglass away there,
executor, and if he
Rosa.
executes, either
Just
Chris or
rolling it
I will
back,
die.
rolling
So
it
we're
back.
trying to like get on top of the leaderboard to avoid that. And if we do that by
Now
lying, we
that's
lying. Because if someone calls me
interesting.
out, they might die. Because I could be telling the truth, you know?
Wait, Chris, I low-key thought you got jackpot there.
Nah.
I don't know. The
That's
vibes
not my
were
style.
vibing.
Ooh!
That's not my style.
Interesting indeed, huh? Duats.
That's that's bullshit.
Shaw book.
My bad.
This is gonna be a
Beef.
humble 1.
Mother, that's funny. I would say yes. That's no.
Oh,
Ooh,
the
a reroll.
And a humble 1.
Humble one.
Luck be a lady tonight. Spin the deck.
Oh,
Do, 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 do.
Sammy!
Hell.
Can't get anybody anything.
Sammy's gasp is so sad. It breaks my heart. I know, because I did that
Hey.
accidentally.
To be fair, it was random. I'm so sorry, Sammy.
Of course. Of course.
It was random.
That's the odds right there.
Beginnings. Humble beginnings.
Humble squid. Liar.
Fuck's sake. All right, Sammy, make some room.
He's on fire right now.
Better make
He's
room.
on
Oh
fire.
wow! Oh wow!
But I might get a heart real quick. Watch this.
2 hearts bleeding into one.
Check this. Wham bam. Thank you, ma'am.
diamond.
Here's a heart. Fuck's sake. Bye, guys. Oh
And-
no.
I don't want to look at it.
Be a
Oh,
lady
it's got all over
tonight.
my machine.
Sorry.
Oh.
My machine.
No.
My life's work.
My bride.
Ooh, it might be a back-to-back crispy win here.
Yeah, right. Cause check this out, Carla.
All right. Uh-oh.
Not him looking. He's got nothing. 2 hearts.
Call it
2
then, Bucko.
hearts.
You won't call it.
The bucko came out. You know
Hearts.
it's serious now.
Oh, great.
2 hearts.
Didn't call it though. Didn't call it though. Humble one. Humble one.
Do I put 2? Even though I have 0. What do I do? Look at my stupid horn.
One.
Listen, Bacon.
Sit down.
Sit down.
1.
Oh, he's got none.
All right, call it then. Oh wait, you're dead. Hey, you're roadkill. Shh.
Roadkill.
Roadkill's wild.
Wow. That's crazy.
Can't get anybody anything.
1.
Glass of
Glass of
water.
water.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Maybe a jackpot.
Jackpot would be
Ooh.
great
Jackpot
here.
would go crazy right
Roadkill. He just did that so he wouldn't be executed. He doesn't have 3.
now. Oh, no way.
What the hell? What the hell?
High roller table. High roller.
Wow. Oh, great.
Let's
Nice.
see. Let's
No,
see.
he's good for it.
Oh.
He's not. Lady
He will roll the 3rd heart right now.
luck.
The 3rd heart's right here.
No worries.
Ooh.
No.
Oh no.
Is that
Wait,
2
hold on,
for
hold
2 for crispy?
2 for 2.
Twofer twofer.
2 for 2 for.
Hey, that's right. It's me, Gambling Gurk. You know, I win at the slots, I win at life, and I win at a Taylor ham, egg, and cheese sandwich, all right? I'm gonna go eat some pizza.
Some pizza. We simply go again. I'm getting these
Oh,
weird.
man.
Oh, there we go.
Oh, back at it again.
And just like that, I'm back at the table.
Back at the table.
A pizza.
One heart.
I know, but I'm too scared to call him.
One heart.
Oh, cool.
Beating as one.
I'm calling Chris. Woo!
I hope you don't believe in bad luck.
The reroll this early.
I want a jackpot. Yeah,
Oh.
that's more like it. That's more like it.
I thought you were gonna say, yeah, I got a jackpot.
Imagine.
It's not showing a heart.
Unreal.
Unreal scenes.
Unreal.
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 Sometimes he's
they don't
obvious, and other
believe in
times he
bad
fucking
luck.
has it. Like, he knows how to fool. Although we can only call the people to our left, so keep that in mind, guys, as well. Like, I just can't call. I can't call Sammy or Crispy. So only Chris
Humble
can
one.
call Crispy. Yeah. He scares me though, to be honest, because he's so like. Sometimes he plays you so well. I feel like I'm pretty obvious. Whoa! I'm trying to pull. I'm trying to make them second guess. Boy. 2.
I hope you don't believe in bad luck.
Don't look at me.
Oh, Porco Rosso.
I definitely think he sings sometimes for sure.
One heart.
Whoa!
That's 2 or less guaranteed.
Dang. Okay.
Let's see if I can do some reverse psychology. Oh, I meant to do 2. Fuck. Damn. I want them to call me. But I don't think they care. I'm such a bad liar. Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
Reroll.
That's an early reroll.
Okay.
Humble one.
Interesting. Interesting. Oh, here we
I
go.
hope you don't believe in bad luck.
I think he sings when he lies.
I just sing every time.
Oh, great.
You make a fool of you. Liar. Got him.
Wow, yeah, you're
Nice.
right. He does sing when he lies.
I literally sing the song every round.
The second heart's right here.
Second heart's
Nah,
beating.
let him die for once. Nah, I'm joking.
Ah, there you go.
Ah, he doesn't
Oh.
go 3 for 3, bro.
We'll be
He doesn't go
seeing ya.
3 for 3.
All right.
Check this out. Jackpot time. Yes. 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 Woo!
Listen, if you won them all, it'd be no fun for everybody else, you know?
1 heart. Girl. 2. 2. I can't hear you. Were you talking?
No.
Okay. I'm gonna
I'm
spin
moving
a
in
jackpot
silence.
right here. Woo!
Girl.
Bro, I said jackbox instead of jackpot. I'm gonna spin a jackbox over here.
Girl.
Fuck. See, I want to call it, but I had to do that so I wasn't going to be executed.
Yeah, right.
Because Chris is going to be the executor. Well, now Sammy is, so I have to beat like I have to call. Especially if he was standing up is just us being fucks. It's I don't know why it allows you to stand up.
2.
Yeah, okay. Let me just get a jackpot real quick. Oh, mama. Whoa. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Whoa, whoa. Awooga!
Be careful.
Okay.
Oh man, Crispy's rotting over there.
Now, I'll just go humble.
Oh, wow.
Bada bing, bada boom. Check this, Sammy.
I'm calling that as a lie for sure, Sammy.
Sure, boy. Call me out. Oh,
Let me
wait,
see
you
what I got
can't.
first.
Go on, call me. I dare ya.
Liar.
Fuck's sake.
Liar.
Fuck's
I'll
sake.
call you.
Fuck. Fuck.
Fucking big game. She was
Oh, look at all that. Not even
for
one red.
zero.
Girl,
Big game for
girl,
zero.
I'm gonna pull a heart right now. You're not gonna be laughing. Check this out.
Yeah, we'll
Where's
see.
where's that art, Queen? Where's that art?
Fuck's sake.
Woo! Yup!
Wow.
Yup!
Nah, she's on a generational run, bro. She's on a
Why not?
One on.
If Sammy calls me again, I'm going to fucking perish. Sit down, sexy. Please let me spin again. Don't execute. Just for fun. Please. No! I got a heart!
She's got to go.
Oh, man.
Alright, Chris.
That's
There we go.
crazy.
Woo!
Hi, Shaggy. We're going to the casino.
Whoa. Bang.
Damn. See this little gun
It's gonna be
here,
a crazy
Stinky?
move, but I have to
Oh,
do
I
it.
can't put that on my screen. See that little, like, on the poker slot? Above the
That's fair.
Had
That's
one.
fair.
the card
I had to
shapes.
try.
There's a little nozzle
You did-
coming
you
out of
had to
it. That's
try
the
it.
gun.
You had to
You
try
were
it. I respect
quiet, and I
it.
had to go for it.
I was moving in silence, bro. I was moving in
Yep.
silence.
Whoa!
The hell?
Okay, sure. Sure.
Oh my god.
Wow.
Lady luck. Oh, great. She's showing one.
Uh-oh.
Hmm. Oh. Whatever.
Girl, you should not have called that.
I had to, girl.
I was good
I
for
had
it.
nothing, bro.
I was good for it. Let me
Go
look
on, get another heart.
Not
If you get
anymore.
another heart,
I actually lose my mind if you get a
oh,
heart
I don't know.
here.
I'll do something
lose
crazy.
it.
Yep. Yep. That's
All right, 2.
My God, wait, the voice fading out was so good.
I don't think we've ever had scores this high before.
Oh my god.
This is wild.
Leah. Oh, great.
I've never seen it go. If it gets to 20, that's crazy.
Have to call it. Have to call it.
You don't have to.
I did.
Interesting.
Is he gonna have
If you get
another
the triple
second
heart-
chance?
If you get the triple heart, I'll get 5 right now.
If
I
you
a triple
get,
heart, I also get an achievement.
come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Fuck off!
All right,
Bro!
put your money where your mouth is there, Sammy.
I can't open your stream right now, so hold.
All right.
After. But that's actually crazy. It's actually crazy.
Nah.
Wild.
Nah.
That's actually
hard.
crazy. I genuinely cannot believe that.
That's crazy.
Oh.
my.
Oh my.
Just a little humble too.
It's humble,
That Chris luck.
humble too.
Rose John 117 in real life. Naturally lucky. Hey, whoa, whoa!
Oh, that.
I gotta call you. I had to call
Sammy!
you. I had to.
Oh, nah, just roll another heart. Just roll another heart.
Sammy rolled a 0 and goes, I gotta call it.
Just roll another heart.
4 in a row. We got this. No worries.
Okay. Bro,
What? No, like
bro, come on.
The joke.
Kush, get the highlight ready. Hi, YouTube. Hi, YouTube.
what's the joke? No, we're all looking around for what the joke is. We're all looking around.
Kush,
So what's the joke?
Kush,
I missed my family photo.
get it up.
Bro found the cheat codes.
Oh my god.
How's that
Bro
possible?
found the cheat codes.
Humble too. Humble too.
Next we'll get a jackpot.
Up, down, left, right, left, right.
We'll do it 2 again. 3.
What is
No,
going
bro.
on?
No, you did not get
Call
3.
it. Call it
Look
then.
me,
Bro,
look me in the eyes, Chris.
bro,
Look me
I
in
am.
the eyes and say that you got 3.
I got 3. Look at me.
Bro,
Bro.
you're cat.
I got
You
3.
didn't get 3. You didn't
Okay,
get
bro.
3.
Bro.
I
Why,
did.
bro? You did not get 3. Look
Okay.
me in the eyes, bro. Look me in the
I am looking at you in the eye.
Oh.
buddy.
All right, go for number 5.
Go for the 5.
Go
Give
for
me
5.
bro. What? To him at this point. Give it to him.
Go for 5. Go for 5.
You need 5 in a row and say nothing.
Oh my god.
We had a fun
Ah,
run.
We had
it's
fun.
1-5 ran down. That's actually insane, though. I can't believe that
Now
happened.
that's
4 in a
great.
row is crazy.
Well, guys, I won, but at what cost? My sanity. That's what.
My
Fair
sanity.
enough.
Oh my god.
I got
Wow.
time for one more if you guys are down for that.
Okay.
Let's do it.
Okay, yeah.
That
I'm
was
down
fun,
for
dude.
one more.
I don't.
One more.
Can you guys hear
I
me?
can't believe that lock. That was just that it made no
No.
sense.
No, that was truly a generational
I
run.
don't know if
Yo,
he's
Hankster girl, thanks
spoken
so much for
about
the
it.
5.
I
No
don't know
problem,
much
man.
anyway.
Yeah, I'm a woman
But-
of my word.
We are losing a
You know
power
what,
after
Sammy?
this
I respect it.
because of
I
IRL
respect it.
stuff.
All right.
Just a heads up. We'll do some arc or
Hey,
something.
hey, Sammy, you've got my respect.
But yeah,
All
Slop,
right,
I
let's
needed
do
that,
this.
Crispy.
Slop's
Okay, I got you.
a humble
Here we
2.5
go.
hours today because
Hard.
of.
Nah,
Some
he's
life
lying,
stuff.
But you know what? Give it to him. He had a
Okay.
tough last game.
Okay, just letting you guys know, just a heads up.
Bro, didn't you die really fast?
Okay.
Last game.
Hey, I won 2 in a row before that. Shut up.
Yeah, you're right. My bad.
No, like call him out. No, like call him out.
Woohoo!
That's a 0.
Call it.
Oh.
This would be funny to play with Gran. I don't think Gran and I will play Yap Yap on
Dang.
Friday. I don't think it's worth the risk.
I was so close to a non-heart jackpot.
I got one of those earlier. It was all red diamonds.
You know you could call that as a jackpot, right?
No, you can't.
Yes, you can. Look at the hints.
Hey, are you serious?
Press F1. Yeah, you absolutely can. That's a jackpot.
Wait,
Four
you're fibbing.
symbols
That's
match.
crazy.
You can
Wait,
call
I'm
it and
a
take the point.
dummy, bro.
Oh, I've
I
been
rolled
playing
those
it
so
wrong
many
this whole time.
times.
Yeah, you can roll. That's. I thought you guys
Oh, I'm
knew
a
that.
clown. They're calling me Hugh Morris out here.
No.
Hey, I should have just not said anything, huh?
For real. Anyways.
Well, you know.
Did you just call a jackpot?
Yeah, bro, just
No.
call the jackpot.
Oh my god, no, Carla, he just
tried to
moved
sneak.
in silence
tried
with
to
that jackpot
sneak.
and he got it.
Oh!
He just moved in
Oh,
silence.
no, I'm sorry. I need these. Oh,
No, I think he has the jackpot.
I'm so sorry. I have it. Nah.
Bro,
I have it. I'm sorry, I have it. I'm sorry. I would have called him, but nah, I got it.
Fine.
Pack it up! Hey, pack it up, Lobby! Pack it up!
Sammy, your mic,
There's no way it's 3
your
jackpots in a
mic
row.
is
Someone's
cutting
cheating
it
my
so
screen right
funny.
now.
I got all spade jackpot.
Call it. Get the
No, you didn't.
points.
Yeah, you're lying.
All right.
Point and laugh, point and laugh. No, I'm joking.
Maybe I can get one of the 4 hearts Chris got. Come on, give me one, bro.
I'm pretty sure Chris got it. Chris, did you actually get that jackpot?
I did. I have 4 hearts.
So
Bro,
cool.
I knew
Wow.
it. I knew it. It was the
Look
way
at
you
my
were
screen.
moving in silence. Later,
Luck.
Carlos.
Be
Carla,
But
aware.
anyway,
Chris, do you think you have it? I
um,
had it and tried to take my thunder.
John, we
and now
could
look what happens.
do. We could do repo.
Not the thunder.
West Hunt, we can't really play. I don't think she'd like West Hunt 1v1s. Lethal, not worth it.
Carl, check my screen though. I have 4 hearts.
I believe you, babe.
All right.
I think
Chat, confirm or deny.
I'll ask her. Because we don't want to do Yap. I'm guessing like Repo or Repo or DBD.
Crispy, any final
Let
words?
me message her now, actually.
And then there was 2.
Then there was 2. A measly 1. That's fair. That's fair.
Humble one, humble one.
You've been here before, Sammy.
We've been here, but we've played these games
Who?
before.
I suggested to her that we do half DBD, half Repo. So we can do a bit of both. See what she says.
Ooh, a reroll. Okay.
But guys, I wanted to do this and I didn't expect it to happen. Maybe we do an arc cap
2 hearts.
since we'll be finishing after this with friends.
Humble two.
Maybe we do an
2
arc cap
hearts.
and
He has
we do
one.
trials, we loot, we have a bit of whimsy. Just yap. Trophy room, yap. We just vibe. Bliss, I reckon.
Let's make it interesting.
Minimum 6 hours. I
Looking at
think
the
max will be
Lady luck.
max
Alright,
8
we'll
hours.
get
I
4 in a
think
row,
between
Shirley,
6
here.
to 8 hours tonight,
Yeah, for sure.
at
Here we
least.
go. There.
Oh! Okay.
Yep.
Okay, Sammy.
Yeah. So a good one today, like a good length,
Making it interesting.
and
over here.
then I am Leah. I'm so stoked. I'm so stoked.
Humble one. Humble one.
And then tomorrow will be
that's rough.
a girthy one as well. And then
I can
Friday
just shoot you, you know that.
will be semi-girthy. I'll have to leave by a certain point because I have a birthday dinner for myself,
I can just
actually.
chill you right now, Sammy.
But
Mark your roll. Mark your roll.
that's still going to be
What
like
do you mean?
7-8 hours.
Wait, you see that up there? That's crazy.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
Duh,
Oh
I
my
forgot.
god.
You could've
Being
just
the
killed me
bunny.
after that.
It's no worries. I'm just John Pork. You guys want to play one more, or was that it for you?
It's up to you,
I
John.
can play one more. I can play one more.
Yeah,
Okay.
why not?
I want another sandwich, I think. I'm eating.
Another day, another dollar.
I'm gonna win this one, guys. Long one for a long day of work. Yeah, I'll be here. I'll be here. Guys, we need this, Delphi. I need this so desperately.
One. Heart.
Time to get a jackpot.
It's 2, but she wants to say 4. She'll go with 3.
I think this is one of these horror masks.
What's the agenda for you the
Yeah,
rest of the night,
Bliss,
Carla? You doing
give
some
it.
work stuff?
Okay.
Yeah, I think maybe some arc. Can't help myself. Yo, thank you for the raid.
How was AC earlier there, Sammy?
Little
That's fun.
How
I
was your
redid Diana's house.
stream? We're playing Lions Bar. Welcome
Nice.
in.
And
Hi,
Christy,
guys.
Karen looks cool.
Oh,
Karen's
yeah,
really
yum.
fun. It's definitely tough.
Welcome,
but
welcome.
It's
Sorry,
it's
a
like
lot of
if
noise right now.
Blueprints was in peak. That's the only way I can explain it.
Wait, T.
Yo,
it's,
call
it's
that
like
bleak.
it's a story game, so it's like it's
Ooh.
very interesting. Oh,
I'm
nice.
hungry.
Oh.
It's so
Whoa.
good,
Been
yo.
up for
You
almost
need
13
to
hours.
play. You need to play. What
my
did
God.
you
Let's
do today? Were you
cook.
doing deeps?
I've cooked brain right now.
Yum. Now I want more bread. I want everything. Oh, wait. I've seen that with the aliens, yo. That looks sick. How is it? Is it buggy or does it run pretty good? It's pretty cheap, hey? Like $2 Australian, I think. That's on the list. Also, please ignore me if you go to go eat and relax. But I appreciate the raid. Pretty funny, really. Okay. You can spit
Ew.
on your rivals?
Farts.
Oh, they're gonna hate that. I won't tell them and I'll just spit on them and they'll be like, Carla! We should do that. We should do that next friend slot.
Is mayonnaise
that would be so
an
funny.
instrument?
No.
Oh. Boy, oh boy, oh boy, that's not what I wanted.
Oh. Wait a minute.
Wait,
Now
Bliss
that's
T,
interesting.
what the hell? And the gal isn't interested? I read that as together for a while and then I saw working together for a while. What a creepazoid.
Oh, now that's interesting. All right, who's next?
Doy. That's more like it.
That's a filthy lie.
Call
Don't
it
let
then.
Get
Read
away
and
from
weep.
it. Don't let
Call
it
it, call it, call
get
it
away
if you
with it.
don't
That's a
call
lie,
it.
lie, lie, lie.
I will be
That's a
surprised.
filthy, dirty lie.
I liked it when it was quieter. Nah, I'm joking, guys.
Hey, man.
No, it was so
Preston,
quiet for like.
shh.
It was so quiet for like 3 minutes, and then everyone was singing all of a sudden.
I was moving in silence
Look.
personally.
Be
Of course.
lady. That is a
Two hearts.
Hearts beating as one.
Two hearts that beat as one. So if you get 4 of 1, you can call jackpot. That's so interesting.
I can't believe we didn't know that until now.
I feel like I had a hunch. Hunch.
Wait, so they've spoken to the guy?
Debbie, put those things away.
What?
Because
Oh,
you can't say that with your button down open right now. Come on, man.
Yeah, you can't say when you got your fucking hoo hogs out also, man.
Yeah, true. Oh.
Bro's got
You're
everything
right.
out.
Oh,
You're
let him
right.
live.
You're
All right.
right. You're right. You're right.
you're right. Dang.
Bro looks like
You know
that
what?
free
One more
Burt
time.
Netflix show. I don't know, he has his shirt off in it.
Sure.
Cam, it's been fun. How was fam call?
Ooh.
Hey, Chris.
One. Okay, call it.
I can, but
I'm
I
gonna
will.
get a jackpot real quick.
No fake scream? Interesting. Maybe she has it. Or maybe she's re-rolling.
Do what?
Whoa, 2.
Okay, 2.
Ooh, all locked
Nine
up
to nine
and
to nine
ready
to nine.
go.
Hi, 3G.
99999.
Okay,
Nine, nine, nine,
cute.
nine. Just saying no in
It's a
German. a lot.
German dinner table, or?
Weird
Ooh,
vibes.
boy.
Okay, Mickey Mouse.
Oh boy. Wait, oh, did somebody
Oh,
call
boy.
3 there?
Yeah.
Oh, I just let you get away with that. That didn't process in my brain.
What can you do? What can you do?
Sammy
Who?
lied so hard and quietly there.
Chrissy, the crazy thing is, I had it. I wasn't even.
No
She's good for it.
I got it.
way.
But I
I
got
think she's
it.
good for it personally.
Oh, she's good for it.
Ooh, Carla, you should have went
Ooh,
with at least 2, because now
one.
Sammy could shoot you.
Now you just. You
Sammy
can
wouldn't do that
yeah,
to me.
You're just dead. No, Sammy would do that though.
Hey, remember that time?
Hey,
last
I
time we
apologize for
played?
that, babe. I
Yeah,
apologize for that, and I didn't know,
remember
babe.
that.
Oh no! Oh fuck!
Oh, there's drama in the group chat.
Yeah.
Oh no!
Oh, I
Now
could
we're
be a
even.
lady.
Now we're
Alright.
even.
That was terrifying.
You know, that was something special.
Now we're even.
Now even.
Carla, are you doing okay?
No, she's weeping, bro. She's
Crying.
weeping.
Are you okay? You've got a bullet hole in your entire body.
Die.
2 hearts.
Weeping.
Really?
Better than what?
Really? You know I'm good for it,
Really?
Sammy. Call it if you want, but I'm good for it.
Ooh, this is gonna be a 3.
Great.
I
Two hearts.
humble Dos Equus.
That was too quick. I think she's good for it, Crispy.
2 hands beating as one. Not gonna push my luck. That was a 1 and only a 1.
Real, Leah.
Likely story.
That's even worse. Oh my god.
Might have fucked myself there, actually.
I gotta have a toasty.
Unless
A real crispy one
Sammy.
today.
hits us with 2.
It's us with the double trouble.
Sammy, hit us with a 2 heart, please. Please hit me with the 2 hearts.
Let's
Keep me alive,
beat it
brother.
as one.
Yes! I live another day.
Another day, another
Carla looks
day.
like she fell asleep because she's bored.
Still a monster.
She's snoozing.
Blueprints.
Just having a little honk shoo me.
Tempest gun, all attachments. Defib blueprint. Deadline.
3.
Three. Three.
Guys, I
Really?
think it's toasty vibe.
I'm good for it, Sammy. I don't even want you to bother calling it.
Toasty
not worth it. I
vibe
don't
when
want
I
you to
go
go.
and when I'm switching to Arc, it's toasty
My good
time.
friend.
A crispy one too.
You were too serious. That means you have it.
Oh yeah.
I would go make it now,
Oh,
but knowing my luck, they'll all
yeah.
die in a second.
That was
All
so
that for
zero.
a 2? Yeah,
That was
right.
so
Yes,
zero.
Leah.
That was so zero.
Oh, Cammy.
All that for a 2?
Some people
Yeah,
might,
right.
Leah. I have
Oh,
like
I didn't
a little press.
I was like, what are you talking about? It's
A little
zero.
machine.
I'm calling liar. I don't care.
But then some people would do it on the frying pan. Some people would just.
Snap.
Not a lot of people would toast
Back
it.
it up. Back it up.
Kind of, Leah. Yeah.
I'm just trying to keep up with the lies. Everyone
Yeah.
else
Yo,
lies.
Keep up with
I'm
the
actually
lies.
crying, bro.
Me watching the news. Now I'm joking.
Hey yo,
Retweet.
Hey, he's back. Hey, let him back.
Just like that, he's back.
I use butter at
And
the
just like
moment
that,
because I'm out of
he's
mayo, but I
He's
have
good
used
for
mayo.
it.
He's gone.
Oh, chaos. Yeah.
Got away.
Proud? Cammy, you're an Aussie in me heart. See, I should have. I shouldn't do it. I won't. Because knowing I'll leave and they'll finish up.
Wow, that was a quick 2 hots. That's a quick 2
Why
hots.
is he looking at the ceiling, bro? Why is he looking at the ceiling?
Bro's trying to be inconspicuous.
Why is bro looking at the ceiling? I don't like that.
Yeah, bro's putting on an act.
I think that's got to be a trap, bro. I'm not falling for that. That's a trap.
You're so
No,
smart.
See, it's
You're
the
so
it's
smart.
the reverse.
Bro, that's a
psychology.
trap. He's trying to give me the call. That's a trap.
The way you're so smart. Nah,
Bro,
because the
the
way your
ceiling
brain
look
is
is
massive
actually
and
really
wrinkly.
funny. I like that a lot.
Wait, what'd you say?
Three, bro.
Read them and weep, Sammy. Makes up for my non-3 the other time. Sit down, pork chop.
John
Pork chop.
Johnny pork.
Yeah. Fucking bee hat and floral. Yeah.
Ooh,
Trying
Sammy.
to figure out the answer to the
That's
age old question. What's up? The roof. Hee
Hey,
hee
bro,
ha
that's
ha.
rough before
Sammy.
even knowing what happened. No! Yeah, hey, how do you feel about that, Rhino?
There's
Call
no
it, Crispy.
way.
Call it, Crispy.
Yeah,
There's
call it Grok.
simply Grok. There's simply no way.
Yeah, okay.
Call me
bud.
Grok.
That's crazy.
My bad.
3 is
Sorry.
why? Oh, 2. Sorry. Such a bait. It's a reverse bait, though. It's a reverse bait. He's using reverse psychology. She's trying to make you
Well, you
think
know,
he
she's never gonna
did-
call because she knows I'm good for it every time. So we just keep moving on.
That's true. Oh
Not
my
good for it
gosh.
every time. Not every
Good
time,
for it
man.
every time, dude.
He's gonna put 1 here, even though he has 0. That's chill though. Or else he's gonna put 2 because I said that. There it is.
No.
Of course, of course.
That's a solid.
What
2.
type of cheese is that, Rox?
That's gonna be a solid 2.
Is he like every time skilling me?
This is so stupid. Carla's so bored.
Speeding
She
up.
fell asleep.
Carla is in another stratosphere.
He loves this game.
She's dreaming about those arc lobbies.
Those arc lobbies are calling, dude. Bro, Oh,
Ooh.
that's unfortunate for you, my friend.
No worries,
He was
I
good
want it
for
to end.
it. He was good for it. Maybe you get a heart.
That's fine.
You could get
You
a
know,
heart.
I don't even want to.
Guys, it's actually crazy how far this game is. You're at nearly 30.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Good night. Ah, and good luck.
Bye, John Poor.
Goes the weasel.
Oh.
Jean Pork.
Now this
Well,
is
you
the
died,
bit of
that's
the
like, I think you died like
situation.
10, 20 minutes ago. No, I'm joking.
No, I'm 30 now. It's my birthday today.
Oh.
Joking.
She's gone.
She's gone away.
She's got a.
She's gone. I was gonna get a toasty, and I was like, nah, the game will end quick. I was wrong.
Calling you a liar.
Sammy, it's been a pleasure.
Oh, bro, how'd you get the 2? How'd you get the 2?
Probably
Sorry,
5
I
minutes.
was
Well,
like,
I don't think that long.
lady of luck.
Unless I'm wrong.
Luck be a lady.
He'll get a heart. Watch this. Or she'll get a heart. Sorry. Yeah.
Just like that, I'm back, baby.
I knew it. I
Just like that,
fucking
I'm back.
knew it.
Wow.
No
Just like that, I'm back.
way.
Wow.
Kings, what are you doing?
2 hearts.
Thank you for the beaties. What on earth? How are you, doll? I'm seeing you so much this week. Look at us go. Thank you for the beaties tool as well. Okay.
Lucky for you, I don't want to.
Ooh, lady luck. Here we go again. Sammy.
What are you doing? Thank you so much for the
Lady
300 as well.
Can she survive 2
Thank
in a
you.
row?
That's really nice. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Let's go.
We'll be seeing ya.
Oh,
It's been real.
GG's.
GG.
GG's game.
Okay, pop off, Crispy.
GG's. Hey, listen, my name's
Thank
Gurk.
you.
I'm
Thank you
gurking
for the
all over the
beaties,
place.
guys.
I love gurking it right on the
Boo.
spot.
That's really-
and,
really
yeah,
generous.
thank
Thank
you for
you.
the win.
All right.
GG's.
Alright.
GG, guys.
GG's, gamers.
GG.
Guys, thank you for the games. Appreciate you.
Thank you so
That's the way
much.
the
Another
cookie
successful
crumbles.
Friend Swap Tuesday, people.
Wow. We
Love
just
it
things
again
keep
soon.
getting better.
Do it again soon.
They really do.
All
We
right.
gotta play Peak at some point in time.
Oh, I know.
Next
Perhaps
Tuesday.
next
Wait,
week.
guys, birthday slop next
yeah,
week.
Perhaps next week.
Birthday slop.
Birthday
Wait,
slop.
birthday,
birthday
slop.
slop.
Slop birthday edition.
Birthday slop.
Yeah.
Slop 'em up.
Birth slop. Nah,
Birth
never mind. I see you guys.
slop.
Bye.
All right, bye.
Yeah, look at it.
Bye.
Yeah,
Appreciate it, guys. Bye.
A pizza.
A pizza, Leah. Kings, thank you. What the hell? Guys, chill. A sloppy birthday next week, guys. Sloppy birthday. We're doing it to him. Thank you for the biddies. And the hype train. Oh, okay, Ping. Oh, not the horses. Not the horses. Okay. Okay. Peter, the horses here. Thank you for the biddies. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you. That's the way it's gonna be, little darling. Thank you so much for the biddies, guys. Even if they're horses, I appreciate them. Thank you so much. It means the world, seriously. Thank you. This is our last full week together until March, so I'm taking it all in. Oh my god. Hello? What the hell? Thank you so much, guys. I appreciate it. Not the casual hype train of bits. Jesus Christ. Not even one alert, just combos. Thank you. Thank you so much. Genuinely. That's really kind. I appreciate it. Oh my god. Are you alright? It's like the slots, I guess. I guess you got a good point. It's like the slots. You win, you win, you win. I'll open up Ark and get it all comfy, and then I'll go make my toasty. Or at least I'll put it in the grill so it can get nice and toasty while we yap. Yeah. It's very easy just to tap. Ah, Kai Holly. I'm very excited. A slotty birthday. Brats Laboobos, huh? Thank you. Thank you, Ping. Thank you, Cammy. Thank you, Fox. Thank you, Kings. That's really kind. Thank you. And Leah, everyone. Oh, they're making everything now. I hope you're well. What the hell, blessing me like that? Just a casual combo train. Thank you, guys. I know. I hope we have the same vibe today. That would be really cool. If we had similar vibes today, oh my god. I understand we probably won't, but imagine if we do. Because we can do our trials now. I'm just excited to be here. I didn't expect a hype train or combos or anything. Hidden bunker, perfect. 5 minutes. Let's hope no one is naughty and kills us during that. But we have hidden bunker in 5 minutes. Perfect. Tito!
Put your ass away, child!
Put your ass away, child!
Dog_MC just subscribed.
Yay!
Hey, your pals, Chrismal, what up?
Oh, we're so back. Yeah, last time we did it, it was so funny. It was hilarious. Okay, cool. I'll quickly put my toasty in the machine and then I'll come back and talk while it's cooking. T-Dog, thank you so much for 18. Holy shit. I appreciate it. Thank you. All right, let me quickly go put it in and then I'll go and then we'll yap. Don't do anything naughty while I'm gone. Okay, it's cooking. It's cooking. It's cooking. Oh, we should make a toasty emote. True. We should do that. You're right. You're right. Yay, we can do hidden bunker. Hopefully no one's mean. But we can definitely do that. Maybe I'll switch this to this. That's so exciting. Hi Lizzie, how are you, doll? Enzel, I'm sorry, doll. That sounds frustrating. I'd feel the same way. Chat hydration check. Ooh. We can do hidden bunker first, which is so exciting. And then I think I'll do carryballs. I know I can do that on Stella. What else has doors? Just buried city? No. Well, if I'm still on, I can do that. The doors after. Thank you for all the subs and the bits, guys. That was really nice of you. I appreciate that. Oh god, I'm gonna be so just delicious. This toasty, I'm trying to keep it in the I sometimes just get too excited and take it out of the toasty too early, but I want it crispy, guys. I want it crispy. I know the basics 3G, but I have the translator app in my phone as well, and the basics will get me through. If I need to translate something in particular, I'll do that, but I think I'll be okay. Oh. Let me check my toasty. Has it been in there for long? Oh. Carl, no, that's you. That's you, babe. I'm just a big fuckhead. Let me check my toasty. I'm excited.
My memory set for the day, slipping all away unclear. We only notice what we see, figured eights in the breeze. Our harmonies amusing me, and your rose tattoo. Lay down your arm, Marie Clement, find a night swimmer.
Not as crispy as I wanted it, but I was too excited. Okay. Okay. Alright. Alright, third Kyle. Hidden bunker, let's go! Let's go. So where is it again? I will not be doing the antennas. I'm just gonna go straight to the room. I fourth Kyle. Okay. The way I'm eating this is so backwards. Alright. Departure thing, I think? Is that right? Everyone was nice last time. Hopefully we get a nice one this time.
You naughty
Dylan! Talk about a rough 10 months at work.
Pink Chicken Wing has gifted a sub to Dylan in the name of _. Talk about a rough 10 months at work.
Oh, where is it again? Left around here, right?
Go to that location.
Dylan! Already?
Anyone near the spaceport?
What the hell?
Someone just managed to override the outskirts bunker's security system.
Oh my god, sorry.
And every gang in Toledo
That's why I'm
is
eating that.
scrambling to get their hands on whatever's inside. Don't let this opportunity go to waste.
Oh my god. Dylan!
Hornet.
I appreciate you. Already? Feels like years, doll. Uh-oh. Me missing my shots? I'm so good, Dill. I'm so good at this game. Wait. Great. I'm so good. I'm so good. Hi, Bliss. One of the pals had some IRL stuff to tend to, so we thought, all right, we shall come back and do this again another time. Me and Paul, I miss you all my shots. It's so good. But Dill, thank you so much. You're the best. I feel like I'm gonna die. Again. Oh, it's so sloppy. It's a sloppy steak. Sorry, I know that's foul, but I don't want to touch it that much. It's so greasy. 70? What the hell? My goat. Thank you. That's our second 70 today. Oh, I might perish myself. It's not smart. At 65? Okay, flex. Thanks, guys. That's really cool. My absolute goats. Am I going the right way? I'm hearing the beeping. Is it behind me?
Just like my whole purpose is to kill the sessions.
Oh mate, you guys can load up as much as you want. It's all good.
Oh man, I'm good, man. I got too many of them, to be honest.
Is it over here?
Thanks, Phil. Thank you, though. Hell yeah. I can do it.
Whereabouts?
What the fuck up?
Oh.
We need to do it first, so we did.
Here? Wait, I did this at the same time last time.
Attention raiders, the south antenna has just been activated.
Oh, okay.
No, it will open, man. It will open. I missed my shot. Cool.
Attention all raiders, the west antenna has been successfully activated.
Nice. Nice.
Cheers, mate. Wait, what one got activated? Oh, the arrival building got done. There's one at the trench tower, and one at rocket assembly. Those are all the ones that need to be done.
Oh, yeah, over here. Nice, okay.
Next thing I don't have. Oh, I do have actually. I know how to get the one. The one at the trench tower. I got a zip to get up.
Am I going? Hold. Floppy, hello. How are you? Me always lost with this.
Attention raiders, the east antenna has been successfully activated.
I'm just a guy.
Yo, man, just me again. Don't mind, man.
Yeah, right?
Bill, babe. Ah, you must be someone different.
Sorry.
No, you're fine. You're fine.
How disappointing
Someone
to
else.
hear me.
Hey, you'll sound just fine. I thought it was like some the same guy who was just here, just killing bastions.
Oh, that
And I
guy,
was
yeah.
like- So I was like doing the antenna thing, but everyone beat me to it. So I'm like, well, that's
Oh,
easy.
bloody hell.
Yeah. Oh no, still one more. Shit, I thought it was. Thought they were done. This that's annoying. Someone hasn't done the N1 yet, which I thought someone did first. Shit.
Any second
I
now.
can't be asked.
Any second now.
Any second. Normally I'm the one who does like 2 of them, and then I come out at the very end, and everyone's like, hey, don't mind me.
Yeah, well that's me with Lockgate. You usually have to get all the keys because no one does it. Which is fair, no one knows how to do it. Guys, I need this.
I'm mainly just gonna try. Well, I don't really do it. I actually just want to try.
I'm good, Floppy. Sorry, I'm having my juicy toasty.
Yeah, I've done quite a bit, and I think I've done like. How many is there to download? Do you know? I did like 5 last game.
I'm not sure. I'm just trying to do the trials thing.
Yep. We get 1,200 for each one you download, so.
Oh, yeah.
That's an accent.
If you do 4 of them, you get past 4,000 easily.
Yeah, nice.
Yeah, I think I've got 9k on this before.
I believe I can.
Hi, Dragon. How are you, doll? It's good. We're waiting for the last antenna to be done.
Oh, hey, is that a bomb? It's your Bastion.
Yeah, let's kill him.
I'm tempted.
Let's kill him.
It passes. It just had to go around the rock, did it? Okay. Bam.
Oh no. We're in! We're in!
That's called perfect timing, that's it. Gotta be mad at you. I'm jumping a lot of medium ammo than it wants to because
Where's the stairs? We need this, we need this. I just heard someone say fuck off, you little cunt. It's gonna be the most tedious mission, guys. I'm so sorry in advance. So we can yap. We can yap to our heart's content. Is yellow meaning it's good? Like it's gonna come on? Right? Yeah, I think it turns green and then we can do it. I think. Yeah, they're so Aussie. They're so Aussie. There's one here, guys, if you want to line up.
Oh, thank you.
1,200. I want to get them all. The line's not as big this time.
Oh yeah.
I probably should have ran to another one, but I'll try and do them in order because last time I got confused. I think it's a minute. What did I get last time? 9,000? Hi, Piper. How are you, Don?
One of these
Oh my god. Hello.
Okay.
Thank you for the raid. How was your stream? Yeah, probably that, right? Welcome in, guys. We're doing a little mission right now. It's very loud. I'm so sorry. But we're doing a little mish. Piper, how are you? How was your stream? What were you playing? Some more Overwatch? This should be on any second now. Oh no! Do what you need to do with your net. I'm sorry to hear that. Oh, some nighttime rivals. Thank you, Daya. What the hell? That's really nice. Oh shit. Alright, we did it. No, that's okay, Lizzie. No stress. I appreciate you. You're perfect.
I like the line books. I like the line we got going on. It's great.
Mate, that's how we do it. Civilized, mate. We're gonna keep it civilized.
Yep.
What am I at now? 3-6.
So I'm loving everyone's outfits. I'm like looking at everyone's outfits, what everyone's wearing. It's quite interesting.
The guy who's one of me, I think this you was talking. Like, what are you, yep, you just jumped.
Yeah, that's me, mate.
Deep diving.
Yeah, mate, you know.
Scuba diving, that's the word.
Yeah, bro, it's interesting.
Oh, look at this. We're doing it.
Yeah.
It's go time.
Oh, look at the line. It's working.
Line, please. Single file line.
Single file line, keep it civilized.
Yeah, we can rack up a shit ton of points for the trial.
Yeah.
If we can go to the back, does it, can we go back through it again? Oh, what's I bringing a guitar, bro? No, we need break.
Okay.
Where's the next computer? Oh, this one's...
Offline.
So I'm assuming we're gonna go all...
Whose goddamn baby is that? That's so funny.
Yeah.
If it's red, it tends to be someone else, I believe that's been using it. So once that one goes green off, one of these ones will go on. But it's only if you're standing by it.
Is there one down here? Because I've done that one. Okay. We're at 4-8.
Green or yellow?
Let's see. Hi Bobby, how are you? We're doing our little 1-2.
We were just here.
Nice and orderly.
I haven't done this one yet.
Okay, downstairs.
Instrument.
What does red mean?
How do you get out of here? Not out, how do you go? I'm trying to go up.
Red is resetting. Oh, that's right.
Yeah, one right at the top. Oh, I think that's right. No, that's the way out.
I think I have 2 or 3 left to do. Because what do I have?
Okay.
One more will give me 6k. Then 7, 8. We've got a couple to go.
Well, this is the way.
Yeah, here it is, up here.
How do I?
Where we are.
Oh,
Up
yeah,
here. Is there one up here?
Oh.
Where's the one that's up?
If you've already done it, I don't think you can.
Wait, no. Oh, so you can only max 10, is that right?
You can only do
Oh yeah, I haven't done this one.
So I've just
Nice.
done that one. I don't know.
Nice, so 6,000. Nice. I've done that one.
I just turned red on there and actually I was disappointed with that.
Oh, that's happened to me before. Like when you're lying and you get the...
Okay, and then this one will get us 7-2.
Whoever's got the flute is a legend.
And then the other one will be 8-4.
Yeah, same actually, like guitars.
So there's
Bro, I've
3
been
more.
finding, like every day with the blue credits. I just got like 2 rows of guitars in the inventory. My stash of it.
2 rolls of guitars.
Yeah, bro. It's $7 grand a piece, mate.
Oh my god.
I dig it.
So when it's
Oh no, Floppy. If it makes you feel any better, this doesn't make any sense to your story, but once Mia got out and she chased a dog,
He's got it.
and it was actually hilarious, and the owner was
See,
nice
once
about
it
it,
goes,
because Mimi's
yellow
literally
means
looks like
being
she's 6 months old, and she's 14,
Yeah.
and she thinks she's bigger than her boobs.
Yeah, I would do it, yeah. Until we got red.
It happens sometimes, you know?
Dude, why do you think we're in a line on everyone, mate?
A queen.
Oh, yeah. Where are you? We are... Oh. Yep, I'm here.
This is my song.
I like how we just run from one to...
I want to see how noisy this is inside.
Oh my god, that's...
Great.
Oh yeah, good point.
Someone using a voice changer?
Yeah, check this out.
Great.
Candace shoot it.
Maybe Floppy, yeah. Mimi's a good girl. Ah. Who did that?
Yeah. Message rocket man.
That's something you listen to. Oh, it's on, guys. Get ready.
Then start going to the next one. We want the next one on.
I have a flu. She's 14 next month. 14. Oh my god.
Can get whiz.
Where are you?
I have one missing. Did I not do that one?
Upstairs.
I haven't done this one.
We done the one upstairs. Yeah, I'll call
Hmm.
out. I'll call out. So,
Maybe I'll just go.
Head home with the south elevator.
Sure, I do have plenty of time. Okay. I've done that one, haven't I? You know what? You know what's kind of controversial? I think I might just go. And just take the 8. Maybe. Hi, T-Biz. How are you doing? I'm just gonna potentially. Because like getting out before, like while people are still in there might be the play. Yes, I'm paranoid. But also, I don't have any shield left. Because of whatever that person did. I don't know what they did. They did something. I feel like I got more last time though. Oh, I'm sorry, T-Biz. That was like me this morning. I had like a dream. And I don't even remember the dream. But I woke up with anxiety from it. Don't know why. So I hope you feel better as well. Yeah, I think last time we left with like a minute left. I swear we had 10k last time, but I think I'm remembering wrong. There's always a fuckhead. I know, if I get out earlier, it might be the play. People seem pretty chill, but you never know.
Okay, security here. I got your call. Stand by. I'm sending the elevator.
So let's see. Imagine I get sniped in the head. Yeah, we didn't do trials yesterday because the 2 times maps weren't on. Yeah, Pixel, because like when you have a bad dream and you wake up anxious, that's fine. Like it sucks, but yeah, it was because this dream was this and that sparked this. But when you forget the dream you had, but you still had anxiety from it, it's like, oh, that's annoying. Like, makes no sense. I probably shouldn't do this. Is that even a hornet? Oh, it is. Yippee! Another hornet. Floppy. I was very grateful. It's been a while since I've been sent Red Bull, which is so fine. Like, it's not meant to be an all the time thing. So I didn't expect to be hooked the fuck up. I was very grateful for that because I drink it every day, and I'm being extra strict with money, and it adds up. Like buying cases of Red Bull myself, and I love it so much. It's not a necessity, but when I want to have it because I'm feeling a bit flat or haven't slept, like it adds up. So I'm really grateful for that. I'm currently not herding rubber ducks down the river, so things are okay. Real. Yeah, no deal. Like when I do it accidentally, I'm like, Carla, why do you do that? Ooh. We'll take it. Loved it. Loved it. Me taking that shot earlier, being like, damn it, I shouldn't have. Alright, yay! We're on the board! Alright, now we're talking. Now we're talking. Oh, arc probes are gonna be interesting. What? Who's Proby? Do you reckon Spaceport will have it? Oh, I should do Hidden Bunker ×2 and go for probes. Thoughts? I think that's the play. Container storage, why not? Floppy, I love it. Oh, adrenaline shot, smart. Fuck it, let's go on bunker. People are going to be distracted doing their own thing. I'm just going to go and hunt for probes because we get, it's 2 times. Oh, what's this? Tammy! Tammy, Tammy, Tammy. My goat, my goat. Sorry. How are you today? Oh, we could do a bonk cap, by the way. Like, if it gets to the point, like, if we have nasty lobbies and I'm like, But I could also do a bonk start. Or a bonk cap the rest of the week, too. So we have time. But we really got a bonk. Sleepy. Get back in bed. You deserve a good sleep. Tomorrow is free. Tomorrow is just anything. So I'm just going to play exactly what I want. If I'm live later tonight, it won't be... It'll probably be 6 hours from now if I end up going live tonight. So just a heads up. Oh, probe. But nothing guaranteed, just letting you know. I think I would do some DVD and art. Because nighttime DBD is just oddly satisfying. This might be the play because people are going to be in the bunker. Alright, there we go. Amazing. Milestone reached already. See how far we can go. Oh no. Gotta go inside. Oh my god. Okay, that was a waste, but it's okay. We've got... Oh, amazing. Hello. How many hornets are there?
Up there.
Wasp, hornet.
Up there. By the shipping warehouse.
They weren't hornets. I just want to find my probes. I should have got the cloak like you said. Oops. That was hornets. We could probably do hornets as well. I don't have many things though. Alright, we have to find... I'm really excited. What if we find one probe that's standing up? God forbid a girl gets probed, guys. God forbid. Let me know if I miss any. Thought that was one. I got excited. I spawned in last night and there was a probe on the roof that I couldn't get to. I was like, okay. Probe. Honestly, I think it's smart doing hidden bunker for other... Ooh, is that something smoking over there? Is that a probe? Guys. Amazing. Goop, 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 goop. I just want probes. In game. Yippee! Oh, yeah. Oh, wait. Oh, 2.6. Oh, we're gonna do it, guys. If we find one normal probe, doesn't that have 3 spots you can get? Oh.
Attention all raiders. The west antenna
Hello.
has been successfully activated.
We've only done it. We've only... What, sorry?
I haven't seen a bombardier anywhere, have you?
No, I haven't. I'm sorry. I'm just looking for probes. I haven't heard one at least. Yet.
Fair right.
Okay, accent. Aren't accents funny if you think about it? Like, why do we all sound different? I know the actual answer, but still. What the hell? Yeah, accents are so silly. Like, what do you mean? What do you mean we sound different? Purely based on vowels. I think I just saw another probe.
Arc probe. There.
Is that the actual arc probe that I need? It is. Oh my god. We're actually getting points today. I might actually get some arcs, some more hornets too if I get lucky. I really want just a normal standing up probe to breach, but I'll take this. Give me the juice. Probe! Probe!
An arc probe. Up there.
Oh, I gotta run. Does that count? Yep. Oh my god, that probe, that probe. Can I hit this person? Oh my god, please. Oh. Great. It's southeast, isn't it? It's over here. Oh my god. Yeah, that's what I mean. It's like, what do you mean we all just sound different? The fuck? Vowels. Harley, that's what I think. I think Mia has an Aussie accent. Diet, really? I didn't know there was 3 ways to search, by the way. .3. Are you joking? Do you reckon there's more? Wait, how did you go? I haven't seen anything.
Over here. Hornet. Over here.
Oh, there's hornets, but I need cover. Oh fuck, I'm running back. Oops. Guys. Okay, Jesus. I actually need to go because I don't have enough ammo. I don't want to though. But that's pretty good. Do you reckon there's more? Let's go over here
Go to that location.
and just see. But I should probably head out. I don't have enough ammo. Oh my god. Okay, luck? How exciting. That's awesome. Oh. I'm just seeing if there's any crashed probes out here. Is that a probe? Man, what the hell?
Arc probe. Over there.
Probe me. If I die here, never tell me to get greedy again. To be fair, you need every point you can get with these leaderboards. I haven't opened up Pokemon cards in ages. That's for Japan, I think. Another one over there too. Does it have to be revealed to count? 6.6. That all counted, right? I was at 5 point something before. I think it's counting. It's 6 per one. Is it? Eight. Oh, maybe those are littler amounts, right? Let's test something. 8,000.
Attention raiders, the south antenna has just been activated.
I'll let it reveal everything. No, okay, I did it right the first time. Scrapbooking, cute. That's fun. Do you think I should leave with 8,000? I'll just do a quick little like 1, 2.
Head home at the east elevator.
Just in case there's like a... Although this is here too. I get double points for this. What's my best work? 3,000. I could come back and do the deliverables on this as well. But you know what? I think we say goodbye. I think that is pretty good. Unless there's one like right here.
The east antenna has been successfully activated.
No. Okay, I don't think there's any other probes. I think we did pretty good. There's something smoky here. No shot. I was gonna say, oh my god. Maybe we'll hit something in Japan. Ooh. I'm actually surprised we got that many. That was surprising. I think we might be the GOAT, guys. That's pretty good. That was way more than I expected. Oh, I guess we could have checked. Oh, we would have got way more if we went over here. But I mean... Sure. Sure. We're doing it. Oh my god, me? What did they say? Someone made a funny joke. Because that was me the other day. I was like, girl, I'm gonna poke someone's eye out. Yay! We're getting there! Guys, we could get 10k on that and do deliverables and do Hornets. Is it still up? Yeah, okay. Here's the plan. Oh! Oh, I thought that was Bird City for a second there. Here's the plan. I'm going to actually get enough... enough ammo. I'm bringing this. I don't care. And we're going to do... We're going to look at probes again, just in case. I'm going to find deliverables. And we'll get some Hornets. Yep. Okay. And we'll bring a spare shield just in case. And we'll bring... what are we doing? Oh yeah, the health. All right, we're doing it. That's enough, right? Yeah. If I hit my shots, it's enough. Let's go in. We got this. Because I didn't search. I might have gotten lucky, but I didn't search a half of the map. So I think I could get at least 10k. Hornets. And then I got to go to those deliverable things because it's double the amount. Fuck it. We're having a look. Screw it all. And then we should do some looting as well. And I need surveyor vaults. We got this. I know physics. I know. I know. I know. It's basically been 6 hours on stream. Although, to be fair, we've only played, what, 2 games? But yesterday, how many hours did we do of Ark? 5, 6 hours straight? And I was living for every second. It was so good. Mamma mia. No, I'm addicted. I'm addicted. Ooh, I can sell these. Although I should probably... This is what I got last night. I didn't get a single duck, but I got all of these. Let me see. Guys! Now, I'm not sure if I'm going to be on. But if I am on, Bird City starts in 1 hour and 15. There's a good chance I'll be on. If I'm not, it's okay, but I'll try to be. We can do Bird City Gambers. Alright, let's go. We've started off right here. Let's go this way, actually.
To that location. Hornet.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh, bad start. Is that a hornet too? Not good. And that's okay. Burb City, there's a chance. Where's the other hornet? Are there more hornets on Spaceport, I feel? Personal best already beaten? Guys, we are the moment, I think. Let me just check over here. I don't think so. Sometimes there's a stray one over here. Wait, mushrooms. My mushroom spot. I don't need them, so I'm gonna go past. Okay. I think we can beat the probes, personally. The ones on the ground don't disappear, but we got to keep an eye on stuff in the sky. And the noises too. Simply better. And also the deliverables too. Hi, Dustin as well. Thank you for your watch streak. I'm guessing that's not a probe. Where is it? No. Did we get lucky last round with the probes? Two hornets? Yeah, you're coming home with me. You got me. Oh. Oh no. Oh, I missed it. Nice. Don't you go away. That's mine. Okay, thank you. 2.8. Yeah. Have enough ammo still? Oh, I'm losing all my ammo rapidly because my missed shots, but that's okay. That's okay. That's okay. We beat our high score with that. That's kind of cool. Not a probe in sight though. Let's see if the battery's in here. This place scares me. I've never been in here before. Oh, we've had a fight in here before. Never mind, I take it back. I take it all back. Good night, Abs. I will see you next time, doll. Have a good night. That's the thing, isn't it?
By the field depot.
But where's the battery? Just one battery would heal generations. Is it in here? No. Could be over there, but maybe I'll just leave it. There's some smoke over there. Is that a probe?
Look, there.
No. I can't see a single probe. A toasty emote? What do you mean? Brandy, what do you mean? Guys, you get too creative. I can't keep up. Oh, BTTV? What? How did you make that? I'm waiting for approval. What the hell? Wait, why did my chat just go up? Hold. How did you make that so quick? You were locked and loaded. You heard the word toasty and went, I gotta lock in real quick. Okay, creative. All I can think about is a probe and you're drawing a toasty. Was it a probe? No. Can I say something controversial? I think the couriers should count as a probe. Now, I know they're not probed shaped. But like, you know, you're still probing it. Oh my god, GMC, I am addicted. I am very much addicted to this game. I shouldn't be as addicted because I know I should do more variety and play more games for my community. But I love it so much. I'm addicted. I'm trying to find that ball. I haven't found one yet. Oh my god, yeah. I think I'm nearly... Is it nearly 300? I saw my hours the other day and went... Okay, no, not even. Sorry. 330? Nearly 330? 230, sorry. And that's mostly on stream as well. Ugh. Addicted to it. I'm just doing trials right now. And we've... You've been saying that. Whoa. Unfortunately, we might be able to beat the Hornet one, but I can't find the battery needed. So, the fuel depots are here. I'm guessing there's a battery over there.
Attention raiders. The east antenna has been
No one's doing the
successfully
thingy.
activated.
Oh my god, Brandy. Get some sleep. Thank you so much. Have a delectable night. Thank you for hanging. I'm seeing if I can find a battery. I can't believe it's already been 6 hours. What do you mean we've been on stream for 6 hours? What do you mean? I can't find batteries. Damn. Have yourself another toasty. I gotta be good. I'm having too much cheese. Not that it's a bad thing in itself, but my tummy is like, girl, I can't process this much cheese. Chill. No, that's okay. Are you based in Oz, or were you just jumping on different servers? Okay, I can't find batteries on this map. Oh, Townsville, nice. Hell yeah.
Go to that location.
So, here's the thing. I don't think I'm getting my arc score, like getting any higher, which is fine. It's not that bad. Deliverables, I don't think I'm getting it done in this one either, but Hornets, I would love to get like 2 more Hornets, as many as I can get, because then hell yeah. Arc, I can do that with a PAL. Deliverables I can do on Stellar again, but I need 2 times. And then I can get... Because I got, I think, 6 batteries. I know, Stinky, like... My tum's been pretty good lately. I'm pretty lucky. But you know when you're having a toasty or something cheesy, and then you want more, and you're like... You're gonna have a tummy ache, babe. Put the toasty down. It's kind of what I go through at the moment. I try to be strong. Me every day, no real. When everyone on stream's like, have another toasty, Carla, I'm like, I really should've. Don't encourage me. Can I say something controversial? Why do they make the batteries so hard to find on Spaceport? What? There's field depots, but there's no batteries. Like what? Little freaky. Oh, I thought it said freaky cheese snack. I was like, yeah, they're freaky.
Got a wasp overhead. Spotted a wasp. Up there.
4 wasps. I want hornets. Because the computers... Oh, like the... Sorry, like the batteries you put in the fuel depots? Not actual batteries, but good to know. What are they called? They're called something else. The door stuff? The thing you put in the door to open the doors? Freaking little cheese snacks. Us. Alright, I guess I'll just go. I'll head over here.
Home at the west elevator.
And, see if I can get any hornets on the way out.
Hornet. Wasp up there.
I'll take it. Sick. Guys, I was thinking about doing like a written course to help you aim better, but like it'd be too expensive. I'm so good. For legal reasons, I'm joking. I'm so sorry. What did that give me? 3.6. Okay. Enjoy your lurks, guys. Thank you for lurking. That's a wasp, isn't it?
Got a wasp up there.
Not interested. Hornet or bust. Or bust. I choose bust. Yep. Oh, I actually need that heavy ammo. I'll take it. Meow. I don't have any plans for us tomorrow, guys, but I'm locking in on some whimsy if that's okay with you. Definitely some Ark. I reckon some Deebs, some Mega Bonk, maybe a Sim. I'm not too sure. I've already been here, haven't I? No. Granny is US Thursday. My Friday. Aussie Friday. Sorry. Yeah. That's our usual weekly vibe. Luke, you know what? Because the week's going quick and it's easy. I mean, I forget sometimes. I'm like, what's on tomorrow? Oh yes, my regular scheduled grand day. Like, how did I forget that? I know I love Megabonk so much. I just, when I fall into my Ark shit, especially because I'm already at 6 hours. Although I would like to Bird City before I go. But I also want to loot too, so maybe I do a Stella run. Guys, look at these field depot.
Up there.
Oh.
Up there.
Never mind. But look at them anyway. Why can't we find the batteries? I'm a little freak. I love calling people little freaks because I really mean that with so much love. I think it's so funny. I think it's such a funny thing to call someone, especially if you're not... Are you kidding me?
Let's go to that field depot.
Alright, well. God damn it. God, trials are so much. Look at me. Just huffing and puffing. Thinking exactly right. Plus, while you were gone, I wasn't doing a lot of Mega Bulk. So, it's both. We've just been doing other things. But today, playing car dealership sim, even though this is a very obvious thing, but it made me realize how much myself and this community love simulators. Like, people were so excited. So I gotta make sure I do at least like 1 to 2 sessions of simulators a week. Because people really liked it. It was good to see. At least we get some stuff here. Alright, what does that get you? 1,000. Hmm. 1,000 for one's pretty good. I think we're getting 500 a pop. It's good to know they put batteries on the thingies. I wouldn't have looked there. Yeah, no, I love them. I know people will hear that and be like, yeah, we've been telling you, Carls. But like, you know.
Let's head home at the west elevator.
I mean well. I really do. But they're great. Remind me to GPG after this game. But you're playing any game is funny, but in particular this one because you can do the voice changer thing. Oh wait, they don't believe you? What? I find it funny when people are like, no you're not. Like,
Hornet, got a wasp overhead.
come here, Hornet. Oh no. All right. Another Hornet for the road. 4.3. Nice. Nice. Oh, there's the arc probe, I think.
Arc probe, up there.
Listen, sometimes in life, we hit our shots. And then the other times, we're full of whimsy and we miss. This doesn't look nice. People are... I don't want to let this guy tell people we're here. Even though that could include a Hornet, I don't want it.
Wasp up there.
Wasp. Not what I wanted. Horny for hornets. Yum. I think they're fighting fangs. Is that another battery?
A field crate. There. Go to that field depot.
Oh no. Oh. Ooh. 13K. That's my goat.
There. Watch out. Hornet, by that building.
Oh no. Oh no, I don't think I'm safe. Jump onto a wasp. More landed? Okay, yeah. You're right. You're right. I think it's over for me now. I mean, 17 minutes. I haven't gotten a single thing. I still have faith. But I could do this again. People were dying here. So I'm a little scared. Oh, I think... Hello. Oh, I don't have one. I'm sorry. Where are you? Oh no. How did you die, Bastion?
Bombardier.
Oh no.
I got decent.
Oh nice.
I
I got a defib.
Huge. Damn, I wanted his loot, guys. Nah, I'm joking.
Is there another guy that went down?
I don't know. I don't think so.
Attention raiders, the south antenna has just been activated.
So now they do the fucking antennas.
Wow, people haven't been doing the antennas. Alright, we have 5k Hornets. A man is AFK. That's scary. I think we go in. I think it's the thing's done. Oh.
Hornet, there.
I'm coming! Nice.
Oh, see there's this.
So bad. I love that people go silent. They're just like... Fair. Alright, let's see. Give me a blueprint, baby. Sure. I blame Shani. I blame Shani for everything. Alright, let me pee. Let me check my thing first. Oh yeah, that's more like it, guys. That's more like it. I'm pretty sure trials are done, right? Yeah, okay. Blue Gate has a night raid. They're not bad with... They're not too bad with probes, aren't they? Don't they have a few probes? Not the same as Spaceport, maybe? Only Blue Gate thingy. That's crazy. Simple gun parts. What? They're just respecting... They're respecting the choice. You're right. Wait, I really gotta pee, but one moment. I could try and do that. Oh, deliverables I need so bad, but... I guess I could try a fill depot, but Stella will give me that. Stella will give me 1,000. That's easy 5k in Stella. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 6, 7. Okay. For probes. That might be what we're doing. 6, 7. Okay, let me go pee. Oh my god, Leah. Leah said, I am the expedition. Holy shit. I am Arc Raiders. Alright, so what's my plan? Go in, try and find proberinos. Do you reckon they'll be easier to see because of the light on them? Probably doesn't make a difference. This might be harder. I'm surprised. We could try Stellar again and see if we get blueprints. I still can't believe that happened yesterday. Oops. Crazy. Stellar. Alright, let's go. Blue gate. And I really have to wait for Stella for my deliverables. Smoke grenade BP? Do I have that one? I don't think I... Oh, I do. What am I missing? Oh, did they add the 2 blueprints, the new ones? Oh, shit. We should honestly, after this, give up on trials for the day and just go in and do gambas and see if we can just find blueprints. Yeah. Are there any, like, drops? Any other, like, are there any places that they suggest it's on? Or is it just random? Because imagine we found one of those today. Stella. Maybe we go in. Oopsies. Creepy. My bad. Playing cards, yoink. It's adjusted to the dark, Raider.
Loot is ripe for the picking while most of Toledo is asleep. Though my suppliers
This
say
is a
that
night
Ark is
raid?
twice as vigilant after sunset.
Damn. Looks rather bright. Blue Gate Security Reception Underground is where new organs can be found. Security Reception... Where's Security Reception? Around here?
Let's go to that location.
Oh, it's creepy. Then down the elevator. Let's go. Oh, probe. One moment. Wait, it's kind of easier to see them because they're so bright. Imagine if I found a dead body with it on their body, or I killed someone and they had it. Oh my god. I'd feel terrible, but wow. Okay, so you get 1,300 for the down ones, and then 1,300 maybe total other ones. There's smoke over there. That's not a... That's the courier?
Ark courier. There.
Pack adrenaline, so you're first there, and usually it's in the door breach inside or just outside the door. Oh, Sierra! Holy shit. I'm willing to test it out. Run! A leaper. Ooh. Oh, someone's here. Yoo-hoo! Hello. Where is this? Nice. Where's the door breach? What's the door breach still? Like the one in the wall? Oh. I've already been here. It's open. Oh, okay. Someone's already got it? I'll take a patina to sell though. So are you talking about like the breach? That one that was just open? Because I'll load back in and try again. Hello.
Friendly.
Yeah. Me too. Girl! Moss. I'll take it. Sure. People always forget that bag.
No, you do. Um,
Um,
there's not much in here. The thing left over. But, um, yeah, I can have a look. I'll 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 have a look. I' What was that, sorry? Metal? Yeah, I've been going through metal like nothing as well. I think I've got like 30 left in my stash.
30 left in me stash. Aussie accents are good, and I know I'm an Aussie, and it's like you can't be. I'm not teasing because I catch myself sounding exactly like that too. I'll say something sometimes, and I'll literally like hear what Chris hears. I do.
Like there's certain items that you come across if you click on it and check if you can salvage it with a metal part.
I've a couple left in me stash. Okay. Let's go home. And let's load back in, and now we'll just play for loot now. I'm not gonna do the I won't do trials. I'll just see if we can loot. And then I think Bird City is in 30 minutes. Yeah. So it's looking like we probably will get to do Bird City before I skedaddle. We can do a Bird City Gamba. Yesterday though, there was no ducks. Like the chimneys were full of trinkets, but there was no ducks. Also, hold.
Signal received. System override in queue. Clearance pending. Stand by.
They've increased Bird City, guys. They actually increased it. There's one at 5. What? Look at this. 7, 5, 7, 9. They're doing it every 2 hours now, every 4 hours. Finally. As they should. Why are we waiting 7 hours per round? Tammy! They changed it up. Yeah, because there's no point. It is Metaforge. Here, I'll do this. Yeah, because if you don't know what we're talking about, guys, Bird City released, and they were doing sessions every 7 hours. 7 hours? What do you mean? So there was one at like 12 p.m. and one at 7 p.m. and that's it. And then one at 3 a.m. But now they're actually doing it. That's great. Cool. All right, let's go back in. They've been listening. Yeah, because here's the thing. I get it. They want the ducks to be a rare, fun thing. But it's just, like, doing it every 7 hours, it just makes it painful. Because you have an hour of trying to get a fresh lobby. Because if you spawn late on a Bird City, there's really no point. You might still get some stuff, but really it's kind of like, oh. So having it be more active, it's not going to be as annoying. And it's fair for everyone. Yeah, very impractical because a lot of people, you know, may work nights or they work all day. So they come home and they've missed 2 sessions and the next one's 3 a.m. and they're sleeping. Like, it makes no sense. Stage 2? How do you get that without your cursed tome, Tammy? Just difficulty? Hi, Raw. Thank you. How are you? I'm so glad they listened. That's great. Duashi, thank you for the lurk. My goat. Beep, 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 beep. Let's see if I spawn close. Difficulty from shrines after getting shield and at least 1 jump and all the tomes. God, one day I'll be as good as Tammy. One day. Oh, I'm so far away.
Go to the reinforced reception.
Oh, not that far. We run. Oh, Ro, it happens. Stinkies. Run! Hi, Sarah. How are you doing? Damn it, one lasts ages. Oh, it's a late raid, I just realized. Okay. I just realized it's so late. Okay. Cat!
Put your
Half
ass
asleep
away, child.
cutie for real.
Cat, just subscribe.
Happy 6
Half
months.
asleep, but 6 months cutie.
Thank you. Oh, there's an arc over there. I may as well just go.
Head home at the cliffside
Hi,
air
Corn.
shaft.
Thank you, Cat. How are you, doll? You're a pizza. Yes, it's true. It is true. I'm coming. Hold the elevator. All right. Good chat. They probably thought I was scary. Brain be braining. What? Why is it braining? I leave for Japan. Actually. Oh my god. 12 days. Ah! And I'm 30 in 6 days. Ah! Oh my god. I can't handle it. You know what's funny? Any money?
Let's go to the reinforced
No one breached it. Fuck it. I'm going to look. I don't think anyone's breached it. Half the time people don't have it. So I'm going to check. Embrace it, girl. No, I'm excited. I'm just joking. I just can't believe how fast time is going. Like, I'm very happy to turn 30, but I can't believe that it's here. You know? It feels the same. Real. I have hope.
Hey there.
Hello.
How's it going?
Yeah, just hanging out, Joel. Yeah. How's it going? Two breaches? What the hell? Whoa, this was a good room. Oh, I want this now. I want to experience it. Oh. Girl. Oh shit. Uh-oh. I'm scared. Okay, I want to go. Oh, I have to come back in. Guys, I'm so desperate. No, that was too much. Cat, is it though? Because I resonate. Also, I am pissed the fuck off, but I'm working on it. No one asked, and this is TMI, but I know people can relate, so I'm going to say it. I am due for Shark Week in about a week, right? And this morning, I was greeted with a bit of spotto, if you know what I mean. And I'm like, no, 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 no. You are not arriving early on my birthday weekend, bitch. You are not doing that to me. You are not doing that. Luckily, I do have prescribed pills from the doctor, because sometimes it does that. And if I take them today and tomorrow, hopefully it stops the bleeding before the weekend. Because it's like, no, you're not giving me an early period on my 30th, babe. Why are you're not coming early? You are not coming early. The only one coming early is me. You are not doing this to me. You are not. Go back inside. Any other weekend, I don't care. Not my 30th. You are not. Stop it. Go away. Go away. Shoo. Go on, get. Luckily, it wasn't like heavy. It's not heavy at all. But still, like, are you kidding me? No. No. Yeah. Yes, stay in my little safe pocket. I'm already getting it in Japan. You know? Stinky real. Real. I'm lucky that it's like, it's not, again, I'm going to just be as least graphic as I can. I'm lucky that it's not raspberry jam, which is good. It's like, you know exactly what type it is. It's so just, it's like a warning shot. You know what I mean? It looks like a warning shot. Not in the color, but it's not like full blown. You know what I'm trying to say here. So that's a good sign. At least it's not like, whoa, someone died. It's like, oh, okay. All right. Yeah, so I took 3 today because you meant to take 2, but you can take 3. So I took 2 this morning, and then I went to the bathroom, and it was barely there. But I was like, I'm going to triple down because my doctor said I could, don't worry. So I took a 3rd, and then tomorrow I'm going to take 2, and then the day after I'm going to take 2, and then that should shut it up. But anyway. Oh. Harley. Like, and the thing is, I know why it probably happened. I'm the worst. You know what happens? This is my fault. This is my fault. This is what I've noticed happens. No, it doesn't happen all the time. And sometimes I can be perfect and it will still happen. But don't yell at me. This is what happens to me. I'll get distracted before taking my pill. And then I'll wake up in the morning and go, fuck, I forgot to take the pill yesterday. And then instead of just taking one and then taking another one later, I have both at the same time. And while that's okay, you can have 2 in one day, but I don't think I should have them at the same time. So I think I should take one and then like wait and then have the other. Because anytime I do that, which again, I don't do it often, but when it does happen, this happens. And my body's like, hey girl, we're here. And I'm like, no, no, no. Go back. Go back. So, anyway, I've taken 4 pills today total. Please don't do this to me. But to be fair, if I have, like, say I had 3 today and I have 2 tomorrow, if it still is happening, then something's up because it's strong medication. Like, it's worked before. So I just gotta like zen out. Well, see, because I mean, look, it doesn't matter. I can still do what I want to do because it won't be heavy. It's fine. But I don't want anything happening at all. I want to feel young, sexy, and free. I don't want to have to be like, be right back, going to the toilet for the 10th time today. Again, it doesn't matter. But I had plans for my last week of freedom. Oh, Stinky, that's amazing. Thanks, babes. Thanks, guys. I needed that. No, I really just wanted to live my life. I just go away. Please, just go away. Wait, who's that? Who was he? I forget which one that was. I know. And Leah, to be honest, it's like, Carla, you really, like, you can still do both of those things. Shush, it's okay. But I just want like 0%. Like, even though it's like a 3% visit right now, like it's really not that bad, but I don't like it because I want to just feel fully off the hook. And I have been. It's been pretty good. So that's why, like, this morning, do you ever get like, you get this, I'll call it the 8th sense. You'll be doing something and you'll feel something and you're like, no, it better not be what I think it is. And then you go check and you're like, I know it. I knew it felt weird for a second there. No. I was so upset. I was so upset. Fair, Stinky, fair. Fair. Anyway, I was pissed off. And then I got my pills. Oh, buried. Oh, sorry. I got my pills. And I downed them. Oh, wait, it's my last one before Bird City. I know, I really hope it works, but it shouldn't. It has no reason not to. It's made specifically to do that. I just gotta be patient. Because I was like, in my head, I took it at 9:30. And I was like, okay, by tonight it should be finished. And it's like, okay, Carls, give it time to kick in. Don't stress, because if you stress more, it'll make it worse. So just zen out. Just zen out, babe. It's okay. Can I stop fucking spawning in late?
Let's go to the reinforced reception.
Do you reckon? I hope so. How long does it usually take to kick in? Yeah, I honestly gotta be better at it. I gotta take my pill in the morning. I gotta stop taking them at night because I forget. Ugh. My God, you're greasy. Myself. Nigerian prince. Oh, I have to get my nails done, but I mean, really? No, I'm not doing that. Oh, someone died. Oh no! Did they die to a rocketeer or a something? Leo, I reckon you should be able to switch it off. Damn. I guess it was hard because 2 rocketeers. Because it was fine up until yesterday. It was a surprise that it started. Well, I guess started is the wrong word because really it's just poking its head in. Is that a... Where did they die? Someone's on the hill. I'll crawl up to him. These rocks will be the death of me. Are you kidding? Can I please climb up with this rock? This is my 15th. Okay. Is someone on the ground over here? I heard someone. I don't know where they've gone.
Yeah.
Hello?
Yeah, nah, he died over here. He told me he was gonna die.
Oh no. What the hell? Poor man. Okay, he definitely killed him.
He told me take the defib out of his body and keep it in case somebody else is down to
Uh-oh. Did you take it?
Yeah, I just took the defib.
Nice. Oh my god, these hills are the worst.
Where do we gotta go? I know we gotta go look for some key cards or something.
I don't think this is locked gate. This is just night mode. So you don't have to do anything.
Oh, wait.
This feels sus. This feels really sus. And I don't mean to be mean. But the fact that it was like, oh, we're gonna get key cards? Like, you know this isn't locked gate. Trust your gut. Ah. Damn. Half looted. I'm not gonna get that. Imagine if I found a blueprint and I put it in my ass and he shot me and I went, haha. Hello? He probably wasn't even doing anything wrong. But like, I didn't hear, you know how he was like, that guy said to take the defib. I'm like, I didn't hear him say that. I heard him say, anyone have a defib? I didn't hear him say, do you have a defib? Yeah, he was over-explaining. For sure. Yeah. Oh no, he told me to do this. I was in the vicinity, babe. And then when he was like, oh, so what are we meant to do? Get the keys? You loaded into this game. You know it's not lockgate. But he left, it's okay. I just love when that sus stuff happens, because I'm like... Gives me a little hee-hee, it does. Yeah, Link, exactly. He was kind of giggling too, did you hear that? I'm joking. Good night, Harley. Arcane as well, hello. God, that was one time. I'm scared. Guys, I want the thrill. Oh, what's the time? 7 minutes. I want the thrill of a blueprint so bad. I want the... That was a really bad impression. You get what I'm trying to say. I want it. Nailed it. Thank you. Oh my god, stop. Oh my god, stop. The blueprint's in here, guys. Don't worry. Didn't do the sound? Yeah, what's the point, Leah? What? What's the joke? Hello? Wait, have you started your new job? Oh wait, you said not this soon, right? I'm probably being a sock. Next Monday? Oh mama. That's on my birthday. Wait, do you start on the 9th? Well, Aussie birthday. Mr. Worldwide, Mr. 305. Oh, I feel like someone's stalking me to kill me. I'm scared. Because I heard them, they're like, hello, and they just didn't say anything back. I'm uneasy. Feb 9! Oh my god, I'm excited. Yay! Hi, Commander. All my goats here in under one roof, guys. Lurking. Thank you for the lurk, doll. God, I am such a filthy, filthy slut to try and find a blueprint. Good night, Cammy. I'll see you soon, doll. Have a stunning sleep. I love this time of night where we're all chatty again. It's really great. Oh, we should do a gamba. Wait. Gamba. So valid, Eb. I think we were talking about it last time you were here too. You got this. Keep us in the loop if it makes you feel more comfy as well. Yap in the Discord, like, hey, at the airport. Hey, just landed. Hey, like I'd be very excited to hear about your movements, Bebs. Very valid. You're going with the radar? Oh, what about my radar? No, I understand. Fair. If you change your mind, I'm here. Oh, you're joking. Good. Teehee. It's like, how am I going to live without being on the radar? What about my radar? And by radar, I mean my... Okay. Focus, guys. Focus. Focus up. Hello. Let's talk about a rough day at work. Yoink. Anyway. Oh, yoink. I'm getting waxed tomorrow. It's crazy. Isn't it crazy how intimate that is? Like, how do you find a good one? You know what I mean? Like, how do you really... Like... What the fuck? What the hell? Oh my god, that's my favorite, like, joke article of all time. It is so funny, Leah. Like, so funny. Butterfly style. Guys. What do you talk about, Commander? Like, how do you get to the point where it's time to be like, all right, we've reached the point of the night where I'm gonna need you to bend over and spread your ass so I can wax your hole. By the way, how are the kids? Yeah, really good. One's just started school. Oh yeah, can you just spread, yeah, spread a little bit more. Wait, more, spread it a bit more. Yeah, okay, so is the other one in pre or what's going on there? The butt strips are the butt strips are the easiest. Oh! Sorry, the butt strips distracted me. Why are the butt strips easy? Like, why though? Hold.
Head home at the warehouse air shaft.
What hurts the most, do you think? I guess that would be the least amount of hair as well. Because I feel like sometimes you think the back, if you know what I mean, has the most hair, but then sometimes you're like, wait, it really doesn't. Inner lips. What? How do they get in there? What do you mean? Oh my god, I'm such a noob. What? Do you have to? What do you mean? What? Oh my god. More intimate than gyno? much going on. Hold. Hold. Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh, no. All right. What do you mean she puts her hand over the spot where she waxes? She's waxing my inner lip and then being like, like, girl, get out of there. What? If Chris was in here, he'd have a cardiac arrest. I know she's not in me. I just wanted to get the lurkers out. I'm sorry. It worked. I just... My God. Why is she spreading it? Do you... But Dylan, how do you do that? Because I feel like it will fall off. No, I've used hair removal cream. Actually, not too bad. Not too bad at all. It's not too bad. I've never had a problem. But... Oh my God. Guys, at this point... I don't know anyway. Not anymore. Don't worry about it. Bird City, guys. Here it is. Guys, it's not anything crazy. I've said worse in the last 2 minutes. I was going to say, wouldn't it be funny? It's actually not that hot. I already said worse. I was saying it would be funny if I wish I knew someone that did it and then I could just spread it crazy style. But also it'd be funny to like record my face. You know what I mean? No, I've said far worse. Spread it crazy style. That's not even bad. Guys, lock in. Alright guys, let's do Bird City. Aww, Russian lady named Vicky. Art, I'm so sorry. What I really wanted to do... You know what I realized? Why were they doing this? I forget. I'm trying to remember the lore behind this story. I was like 21. 20. I don't know. Wax only, no strips? Laser would be great. Laser would be great. Oh my God. Real deal. Real. Oh, I can't believe that's a thing. What the hell, Leah? I have black hair, man. It's crazy. To the point, I was in the shower the other day. And, I'm not proud of it. But again, I'm very, very pale. And, you know, I have normal body hair. And I'm Maltese too, so I'm screwed. So I'll get like a stray black hair on my big toe. And that's normal. But I shave it off. Because when I go get a pedicure, it's not like, oh, just normal body hair. I look like a blood, and this is to myself, not anyone else, by the way, because I've never looked at someone and thought this. So again, this is just to me. I look like a troll because I'm so pale and my hair is so black that to me, I'm like, oh, what the hell? Like, I don't shave my arm hair and I have like dark hair on my, I love it. I don't want to shave it. If you want to do that, that's fine. I keep this normal. I love having some hair on my arms. It's great. A little bit of a fur coat. But I only do it if it's summer or if I'm getting a pedi, because I know they're talking about me. I know they're talking to their friend next to me being like, look at that little troll. I know they don't care. It's literally just for me. You know? Same, pizza. Or my neck. It came out like overnight in New Jersey. I got whiskey to pull it out of my neck. I was like, what the fuck? It's just a weird stray. I don't get it. I don't get it. It's weird. We named them. Wait, cute. Wait, love. Wait, I think I shave up. Is it do you like the feeling, Stinky? Yeah, pizza. I'm like, okay, cool. Okay, not late, but really far from the juice.
Let's move to that location.
Waxy old fruit bowl. Fruit bowl, sorry. I'm just going straight there. Yeah, fair. Fair. I think it's whatever you want to do with your bods, guys. If you want to have an 80s bush, go for it, babe. Go for it. I've always wanted to do things that scare me. What do you reckon's better? Oh, you know what would be a freeing experience? Although I wouldn't want to, because I'd be too paranoid. I'd probably do, just to really feel like shit, I would probably get a crazy wax, then quickly go home and shower for the 10th time, then go to the gyno. And it's like, you know what? I don't care anymore. I've had 2 people down there and there'll be a 3rd later. So, let's all have a look. Let's do it. Screw it all to hell. I'm over it. You know what, guys? 2,000 subs. We're gonna have the very first vaginal stream on Twitch. I'm talking labia. I'm talking the menorah. All of it. All of it's going to be out. Do that stuff. It's gonna be great. It's gonna be great. I can't wait. Alright, let's see if we find a duck before I get shot. Pinky promise. Pink duck! Wait, did anyone vote for pink duck? Since we're on the topic about vagina, did anyone do pink duck? Live wax bush, not clickbait. 3 people did. Oh my god. Pink Pony Club. I'm gonna keep on dancing at the Pink Pony Club. Someone's dead. Oh, people are dying. Stop it. Stop it. Oh, great. Great, I don't need this. Oh, great. Hold. Clit Summer is back. Where was I? Sorry. Big click suck. I stand by it. Oh, that was surprising. Hold. Okay. Guys, there's no more ducks. Oh wait, didn't I already loot this? Oh, I've already looted this. Okay, wait. Guys, where are my ducks? Finally. Girl, please let me check the chimney. Flapathon? Guys, the first ever Twitch Flapathon. Live on Twitch. You know where to find me, guys. Alright, we're so back. I don't think anyone spawned into this. I think I got lucky. Thank y'all. I'll take that. Hi, Josh. Okay. Spawning in IRL. Welcome back to my channel, guys. I don't think anyone's doing the duckies. I think. Sarah! Flapped in, not locked in. There's 2, 3 people. Are they... Are they working together? In a cute way or a mean way? A ducking good time. I can't believe we found pink first. Ooh, there's a probe. I mustn't get distracted. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh my god, right in front of me. Oh my god. Nice. What a loser. Uh-oh. Guys, play it cool. Maybe I should go. Betrayal.
Let's go to that metro.
Oh, there's betrayal afoot. I hear it. At first, it was all hee hee ha ha. And now people are dying. Down for brown? Wait, guys. Yeah. Oh, Vita spray. Nice. Yoink. What's in here? What? Okay. That's fun. 5 of them?
Uploaded tuna can.
I love looking over to the right and seeing everything you're saying. Oh, I already have it, but I'll take it. Just for the sound. This is what I was doing off stream, yes. Don't know where. When. But I did like 3 runs and I made like 300k. Where am I specifically? This house is sexy. Oh my God. Imagine this on a night raid. Oh, okay. It was just 2 doors. Nice. Actually, what am I doing? I should go. Connie, yeah. My watch streak, yeah. My watch streak queen. Guys, I reckon people are killing. Usually I'm a trusting man, but I don't... I think we go and we come back in. No, I made another. I just didn't sell it. I think it was the day before we had that crazy stream, Stinky. It was the day before, I think. It was crazy. I mean, this is not bad. Oh my God. Crazy stream. You're right. Sorry. That stream where I was playing solo all day and just making bank.
Checking. Okay. Stand by for train.
What's this? Guys, what do I feel like to eat? I just want to I want to eat good. I feel like everything. They do. Commander, you've told me everything I need to know. Oh my God. Everything. Eat this. Yippee! Alright, we got some juice. Yeah, isn't it crazy we're only... Well, yeah. With 3 out of the 5 streams done. This being the 3rd stream. That's not a bad haul. No one was doing anything. Round feedback. Loved it. No notes. Ooh, yum. Stinky, yeah. 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 She loved it. Look at that. Let's do a quick little easy 20k there. Thank you very much. Oh, yeah. Let me sell these so I can make room for my duckies. I don't have as many ducks in my room now. That's going to change because I sold some for the expedition. Oh, snuggled and thriving. I'm so glad you're snuggly. We actually needed that, cat. Did you know that? Thank God. And this sounds like I'm being sarcastic. I'm not. I'm not at all. What was I doing? What did I want to do? I forget. Bird City, but... Well, let's do the prediction. Pink. And then we'll do a quick gamba. So get your points. And we're going to do another gamba, but we're going to do like a 2-minute. Little 1-2. Little 2-minute gamba. We'll probably do a few more rounds and then we'll skedaddle. But honestly, we kind of popped off today, if I may say. Whoa. What's that? I've never seen that before. What is that? Is that... Oh, all in on the cow. The cow print, guys. Gamba. Did you pop, lock, and drop it? Yeah. Yeah. I so did. Ooh, am I... Oh, this is a really good spawn. These don't count. I'm talking about chimneys. I'm just doing a quick 1-2 in here before I go up. Whoa. Yeah. You're going in my hole. Guys, we need to have a talk. Great spawn. Can I climb on top of here? Hold. Yeah, I feel like the weekends feel amazing once you get to there, but like doing all of it would be tiring. No one? Okay, no one but on the yellow duck. Okay, great. So we'll do it from, because I wanted to do it from the chimney. Like I literally, before I found that, said this doesn't count. I want to get it from a chimney. So I'm glad that we doubled down there and we didn't vote on a yellow duck. Because I was like, fuck, how are we going to do this? Okay, cool. Because I just wanted to do chimneys for this round. All right, let's see. None on that one. Oh my god, it really said, hey, bitch. pink again? Did anyone do pink again? What? Oh my god. Whoa. Taking the whole bag out for dinner. Whoa, whoa, whoa. That's a lot of juice. To be fair, I didn't think we were gonna get it either. Oh. Can you not? What the hell? I hate how it hits so hard sometimes, and other times it's like... Including 2 new ones. Oh, the juice, guys, the juice. Can we go over to this side? Did you go over to this side? I guess I'll go the long way. Oh my goodness. Girl. Girl, please. Is that a human shooting on Bird City? Oh my god, it is. It's crazy. Two of them? That's crazy. Be careful, there's 2 people shooting. North.
Are you guys okay? What the fuck is going on?
Northeast, there's 2 guys shooting, be careful.
Behind you. Come this way, you will be okay. If you come this way.
Be careful, there's 2 boys. There's 2 boys shooting.
Evil people. Careful, there's a leaper. Evil.
Be careful.
Shit. We should get inside.
I agree.
We should get inside.
No need to fear.
They sounded American. I have the tiger.
Go in town more. Let's roll.
Real. I can't believe it. 2 boys shooting me, and then another 2 boys protect. I'm gonna go, I think.
Go to that metro.
Not that I have that much stuff, but... Unless they didn't mean to shoot me. Nope, they did. Yep. I have stuff in my safe pocket. pussies. That's crazy. They killed those two guys. They killed willy-nilly. I knew it. And those guys were so nice. And they're like, it's okay, have no fear. And then they end up dying. I can't believe they must have teamed up. How did that happen? They must have teamed up somehow and were like, do you want to go shoot people? And they were like, yeah. What the hell? Crazy. I reckon those guys are gonna come down. Or maybe not. They're probably still looting our friends. Slide to the left. Do slide to the right. Crisscross. Crisscross. Okay. I have nothing. I mean, this is really great. This is great. That's like 17,000, like 25,000. But how people are dying. People are dying left and right. Crisscross. I don't feel safe until I'm out. I feel like they're right here. You can't loot all the corpses. You know what? I actually didn't want to loot those corpses. No, but I just can't believe those fuckies. Oh, look. Jesus is King and Muff Thumper Jr. Gone. Gone. Unbelievable. I've seen Jesus and King, really? Oh, really? Yeah, I feel like I was in an American lobby just then. I swear I saw, like, I was talking to one, they're like, hello, blah, 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 but it's not. Huh. Yellow? Jesus was not a muff thumper, what we know. I mean, you know what's crazy? Because there's numbers next to names, there could be a million Jesus is King. Let's see if I can even search that. Because I can just be Carla. Yeah. Let's do... Oh, how many numbers do you need? 4? How many numbers is it? 4. Do I have to do the hashtag? I feel like pure shit. Where is he? I wish you could send messages. Oh, actually, no, I don't. I'd be getting so many people going, you fucking slut. You fucking know. You shot me with a gun. You probably have good juicy tits. Don't ya? Don't ya? So I don't know where I'm going with this bit. But anyway. It's that time of night. Stella! Stella! Alright, one more Bird City. One more night raid. Jesus, lead my labia to the left. That's fucked up. That tickled me though. I can't believe it's 20 to 6. Jesus. I keep finishing like later, which is great. I love it. But then I blink and it's bedtime and I go, oh shoot. Let's till after sundown. My prison pocket is gonna be my loot labia. Chris is gonna hate that. That's really good. Next time I play Ark with Chris, he's just gonna be like, Carla, can you stop saying things? Great. Now my chat saying labia locket. The Vaguba. That's crazy. I'm loving the energy in this Chili's tonight, guys. My pink purse? Carla? Hey. Why do you say things? Clamshell. When you got the Shakta, keep saying flap. This is what you have, right? If I just talk about Sammy, Chris, and I, right? Sammy brings the best energy to the shack, right? Because she'll give him crap, she'll call him out, but she'll also not say things, right? And then Chris will get a rise out of Sammy and try to make her say things. And then I get Chris back by being the opposite. I say things. And then he's like, Carla! So it's like a full circle thing. You gotta keep everyone on their toes. You know? I do it for Sammy, really.
Let's go to the town hall.
Wait, I don't want to go to the town hall. I want to go here.
Let's go to that location.
Labia augment. You know? I'm glad that the shack, for the most part, eats it up. I do be saying a lot, but we got it. I think Lopes is on par with me, to be honest. And like, I don't have an exact example, but Chris has said shit before that's made me go, Chris. Like, it just depends on how you say it sometimes. Because I've definitely been like, Chris, I can't believe you just said that. And he's like, what? So sometimes it's honestly like, he's definitely had me shocked, for sure. I can bring it out of him sometimes. My mum shocks me a lot. Someone shooting me? No, I was gonna say, girl. And then I'll do a Stella moment, although Night Raid's scary, but I'm gonna try anyway. See if I can get a blueprint. A blueprint. I'm excited I have Bird City later. I know, Stinky. We need it actually desperately. Desperately. Can I get up here with this? Yeah. Yeah. Come on, we can do this. What's going on down there? Like, should I be scared or... Mum will still catch me off guard, but I'll also catch her off guard too. So no one's ever safe. Ooh, what's this? Double chim? Someone's around me, aren't they? Also, nobody asked, but I got to the point last night because I was playing some Bird City, I think off stream. And I was like, I'm going to do this, this, and this, and then I'm going to treat myself with some Ark. And I got everything done, and I sat down, and I had my hot chocolate, and I was like, this is so great. And it honestly got to a point where I was like, no, I'm arked out. That always happens. You get arked out, and then you boot it up the next day, and you're so happy and excited. And you miss it. But like you can really, like with any game, it's funny the feeling you feel when you're just like, oh, like I was even running to an extraction. I was like, come on, let me just extract. I want to get out of Speranza. I was just so like, but that's like if I play all day on stream and I'm experiencing game burnout in general, it's so funny how I'm like, but then I'll wake up and be like, Ark? But it's real. It's real. But any game, like I felt that with Bonk. I'll literally boot up a game so excited to play and then it's closed within 20 minutes because I'm like, no. But it's so weird because I find it hard unless I'm with someone. I find it incredibly hard to watch series and movies. I don't know why. I don't know what it is. So when I'm, you know, relaxing off stream, it usually is either me cleaning and I'm not actually on my computer, or I'll boot up a game for 10 minutes and then be on the menu screen and then ultimately close the game. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I want to BP. Like, it is fun playing Ark off stream in times, mainly because, like, I'm prawning, there's no lights in the room, I'm just having chats with randos, or if I have a bad game, you know, I just turn it off after that. So it's kind of like a different vibe, but I do like Ark. I play Ark mainly on stream because I think us yapping and being idiots together brings the vibe more than off stream. Yeah, or like, for example, I could watch my friend's stream. I could watch a 5-hour stream and then I'll try to watch a 2-hour movie and I'm like, 2 hours? I don't have the time. Like, what? Like, I saw a movie that was 2 hours and 40 minutes and I literally was like, oh, bring back the days where movies were an hour and a half long. And I'm like, Carla, shut the fuck up. You watch streams for 7 hours. Like, you stop it. Don't be a boomer. No. Don't. It's, but like, but it is, you know, it is real for 2 points. Because I find as well, on the other side of a long movie, I've watched a long movie and it needed every minute and it was great. But at the same time, it gets to the point in the movie where you're sick of watching the movie in general. Like, it's not a bad movie, it's actually a very good movie. But it's kind of like, I know there's 45 minutes left of screenplay here and we've already been through a lot. What else do we really need to go through? You know? Anyway. So, my point is, but here's the thing. I keep going on different tangents. You know when I say, but here's the thing, you know I'm talking out of my ass and there's nothing of value that's... This is me. I've developed such a bad habit from streaming that bleeds into my IRL life, where I could have said, I need to say I want a hot chocolate. But instead, I go, here's the thing. Now, I really want a hot chocolate. However, and it turns into like a 5-minute thing. All I needed to say is I feel like a hot chocolate. Anyway, let's get back to what I was saying. I don't know what I was going to say. Fuck. Streaming's fucked me. It's so funny. What I do know is I really can't act like I have all this free time tonight, because I really need to pack for my birthday weekend, and I have to start packing for Japan and organizing that, because I come back from my birthday weekend away and then I have a few days. Like, girl, you're going to Japan soon. Stop playing Ark and pack, babe. What are you doing? Anyway. Movie's 3 hours long, bring back intermission. I remember was it Wolf of Wall Street? There was a movie, I forget how old I was, but I got my period. Sorry, back on the period talk. I got my period mid 3.5 hour movie. What's wrong with a little extra word? That's what I said. It was just so uncomfortable. Also, The Wolf of Wall Street is a movie I love. Like, there's something about it that tickles. I think the storytelling, like how it's told, is good, but then it also makes me severely uncomfortable. I can't explain it. I think it's very well made. It's a very well made movie, but I'm also like itchy when I watch it. I have to be in a certain mind state to consume it. Anyway, I'm getting distracted again.
Head home at the
Is that
southern
quicker?
station.
I don't know. Is that the movie? I don't remember the quotes. I could just smile and say yes. That's how much I don't remember. All I remember is who? Who? What are you, a fucking owl? I can't believe Margot was so young in that movie. She was like, what, 21, 22? Which is... Maybe that's why I get the heebie-jeebies. Obviously, she wanted to be in the film, and it's okay. But, you know, still, I'm just like, oh my god. I don't think I could be an actress, truly. 2013, I think? I could be wrong. That's just off the top of my head. Also, where did Wuthering Heights come from? Jay, oh, Dylan. Here's the thing about Leo. I think he's a good actor. Like, there's some movies where I forget about him, and I'm like, oh, like he popped off there. But it is kind of like, yeah, kind of icky. Like, there's some movies where I don't believe the character, and other movies I do, and that's where he shines. Yeah. Leo, exactly. Like, I'm just like, I don't know. Touchies. Hello? This guy's gonna shoot me, I feel it. Yoo-hoo! my god, a rubber duck. Thank you. Do you want this one? Oh, trades. Pick up the green one. You can trade. Yes. Trade. Rat. Rat in aisle 5. Rat in aisle 5. It's all in my safe pocket, losers. Go on. 3 of them! 3 of them jerking each other off. Ugh, the king, great. Well, I don't care. Because I got I put in that in my safe pocket last second. So I won. Hi, Maddie. How are you? The king of what? Being a prick? I don't think we had potato scallops still. Fuck, we got robbed. I do remember though, these chips here, let me see if I can tell you a story. It's a bad story, but fuck, they were good. Oh my god, they still sell them? Amazing. So JJ's came out. Oh god, they were good. JJ's came out, and back then, they were 60 cents a packet. 60 cents. 60 cents. How much do you get with these? Let me see. They were 60 cents. How many packets? 30 packets for 35? God, I would pay that. Not now, but I would. Anyway, these were 60 cents. And then years went by and they were so expensive. But they also, I wish I could explain this as well. They would bake these muffins. Now, I can't even describe to you how good these muffins were. But it was freshly baked in... This is when I was in like year 3. They were freshly baked muffins. And there was a strawberry one and then I think a chocolate one. And they were the best muffins to this day. And I would do anything to try them again. And they were 50 cents a muffin. And now, these days, you will never find a muffin for 50 cents. The JJ's wild card. Yep. Fuck. Oh, man. I should buy snacks from my childhood and eat them on stream just to see my face light up. Wow. God, Simsy. I don't know if this was the mean guy or not, but that's a choice. Maybe they're not. Maybe they weren't the mean person. Where's the king? I'm not gonna shit on someone who maybe didn't kill me. But if he did, I would. The king. Whose line is it anyway? Damn, I love that show. Wait, Ferret Smiths. It was Simsy! In that case. Guys, take a photo of me. Bro, take a photo of me. Did you get it? Is it sick? I should make that my Steam profile. That's sick. Nah. That would look so good on my Steam profile. Do it again. Is flash on? Is flash on? Airdrop it to me. I'm so alpha. New Gamba. Anyway, let me pay out this Gamba. Pick one. Can you smell what the Rock is cooking with that brow art? With fake currency. Alright, how about this? this whole time. I mean, like, people are teaming up. People are teaming up. How long have I been doing this for? Oh, great. Well, still don't like their profile pic. Oh my god. Oh my god. Well, I still don't care. Alright, we have to do something, guys. We have to go. Okay, let's do a prediction if I'm gonna get a... Let's see if I get a blueprint. Do I find a blueprint this round? Yeah. No. I'll give you 2 minutes. Bye, Leo. I'll see you soon, though. They still killed... Yeah, they still killed at the extraction. New one or anyone? Any. Any. And I will say this. It counts if someone gives me one. It rarely happens apart from yesterday. But if someone like goes past me and goes and drops one, it still counts because I'm still like getting one. Again, I doubt it. It's going to be a night raid. So keep that in account. There's going to be a night raid and people being juicy. But let's see. We're doing Stellar Night Raid. Puff pack blueprint. Okay, let's get a loadout while people are cooking. I'm gonna bring a renegade this time. For a laugh. Can I repair it? Night raids are for the flop sweaters. Flop sweaters? Great. Great. Let's get some meds. We can't. Let's go to Lance. Hi Lance, don't say anything.
Good to see you again.
Awful to see you. Okay, I'm gonna buy this.
You want to browse? Fine, just don't block the monitors.
Shush.
You know how to use that, right?
Yes. How crazy for her if you think about it that she said, do you know how to use that right? Oh, I missed Night Raid. Okay, we're doing Stellar. We can still find blueprints. We found many of them yesterday. Hate that I find Shani voice sex. Cause I hate how much... Ooh. 1 second. That's so funny. Okay. Hello? It opened it by myself. Hello? Don't close the door on me. Normal friend. Oh, smart. You're protecting us. I like that. Hello? all good. Don't worry about it. Have your eyes adjusted to the dark yet, Raider?
Let's go to the archives.
Guys, I want to find a blueprint so bad. Like, I want this Gamba to pull through. But I think I'm looking for it too much. Oh, wait, guys, here it is. Hold on to your pants. Hold on to it. My bad. Oh, great shot. Great shot there, King. Hello there. Hello. Cause I hate how much I love you, boy. I can't let you go. Holding. Wait, who said yes? Oh, I want it. I want it so bad. Oh. Cargo dock. What if I go up here? I gotta remember that they'll spawn everywhere. Oh. Oh. Oh, come on, baby. Go on, then. Go on. Oh, okay. Kind of shaking in my boots, to be honest. I did hit him bunker, yes. I did. I didn't get as much as I wanted from it, but I'm still happy because I'm not getting demoted. Second floor loading bay. Maybe the drop. Oh, yes! Sorry. Oh! Okay. Well, there you go. Oh my god. Oh! Sorry. I was actually gonna do the Gamba that was like 2, 3, and then I was like, nah, it's not gonna happen. Shit. That's also how I react to a PP. They knew what they were doing, and honestly, props to the devs. They knew exactly what they were doing where they made the noises for this game. I love great sound design. Yes, M. Hello. Do you need any blueprints by chance?
Nah, I'm alright.
Oh, alright, fancy pants. No, that's good. Alright, all good. I just called him fancy pants. No, but like, think about... Oh! Sorry, that was so dramatic. Think about how... Think about how shit getting a blueprint would be if they didn't... if they didn't have the noise they have. Like, they knew what they were doing, and honestly, I love the devs for it, because it should be that way, you know? You should get hype for something. It shouldn't just be like, alright, Like, even though I have that blueprint, I'm just as hype. You know? Oh, as a text alert would be so good. Oh, you're right. This girl just came on stream. Oh, let me. I'm joking. Hello.
Hey, do you need blueprint?
Do you need a blueprint is the question.
Yeah, I have two.
What blueprint are you missing?
One of them is deadline. I drop it yet. Okay.
Do you need a Philion or Bettina blueprint?
Bettina, which? Yeah, Bettina. I need the Bettina. Yeah.
There you go.
Please. Thank you.
Do you need Jolt Mine?
Then I have all of them. Just Bettina. I need it.
Okay. Did you want the deadline back?
Then I keep it solid.
Okay.
This
Thank
is
you.
For you.
Oh.
This is for you.
Oh. Thank you.
Yes.
What the hell? Bro gave me 2 blueprints. And then I gave him a Bettina blueprint and he gave me more. That wasn't even a fair trade. You missed some expired pasta. I don't want the fucking pasta. No, to be fair, I usually pick it up, but I got a bit lazy.
Hey, buddy. Yeah.
Hello, hello.
I found this blueprint. See, maybe you need it.
Another one?
Yeah, I just found it now.
Oh wow. I have that in my inventory already. Thank you though.
Alright.
Thank you, thank you. What the hell is going on? Yeah, I probably should go.
Head home at the seed vault air shaft.
To be honest, you're right. I probably should skedaddle. Hello. Ah, you're friendly. Probably. I'm trying to find the seed vault. I think I have to go down. Hello, I'm good. Just trying to find the seed vault. Yeah. I love how scared people are. Like, I'm not judging them because I get just as scared. Hello. I get just as scared. But it's so funny to me that people are like this. Oh, okay, cool. It cracks me up. I'm not going to even loot more. I won't loot more. I'm just going to go straight here. You know what? Let's just get a quick blueprint in here. I don't think you can even get BPs from here, can you? Naughty. I can't believe... Like, I honestly was thinking we weren't going to get anything.
Hello, good sir.
Hello?
Good day, madam.
Oh, hello. Yes, yes. Do you need any blueprints?
I do not. I am missing, I think, 4 blueprints in total.
Do you have a Philion?
Yeah, people keep giving it to me.
Oh, that's so funny.
I've been offered.
It's that and deadlines. I've been offered a million times.
Would you like some Exodus modules, Geiger counters, and or magnetrons?
Oh, you keep it. You deserve it.
I honestly have no space in my stash for these things.
All right, hand it over. Thank you.
There you go.
Thank.
And a little mixtape.
Oh, what a mixtape!
Why not?
What the hell?
Something to groove along to, I guess.
Wait, I gotta drop some things. I'll drop my moss for it. How exciting!
Don't forget the modules.
What the hell? Thank you.
No problem.
I appreciate that.
That's all good. Let's get back to Spain.
Let's go.
GG.
Bye.
Bye.
What are we? What the hell? 105,000 bones. Are you joking it? Whoa. And the Gambas won too. Oh my god. Wow. Yeah, we had some really nice people in there. Yeah, we found blueprints. What's going on? What's Sweetie Pies? Shani has requested your presence for dinner reservations, Friday at 7 p.m. to be exact. Dress elegant, classy, but with a hint of slutty. Dietary requirements will need to be submitted 24 hours in advance to prevent any allergic reactions and the future possibility of coitus. Coitus is optional. Stop! Not coitus. Round feedback, fucking loved it. Loved it. Oh my god. Oh. Gareth the Wombat. Alright, guys. 8.5 hours. I should be good so I can be even better tomorrow, but this was a vibe. I'll definitely go into the night again, as per usual. Thank you so much for today. We play, unless we played with friends, and then we had Whimsy. How is Stella has become the whimsiest lobby for me? Stella's been the nicest place for me. I don't know what's happened. There is a chance I'll be live later on tonight, but if you don't see me, I'll definitely be back tomorrow as per usual. And we're going, I don't have any plans with friends, so unless Chris joins me later on, I think we're going to just have a day full of whimsy again, to be honest. Thank you so much for the good vibes. The juice was delicious. Thank you. I agree. I had a great time. Thank you for hanging with me. You're so lovely. I appreciate you. Stella's like Animal Crossing. I know. What the hell? But guys, you are the best. Honestly, late night arc when the lobbies are full of whimsy and we're just yapping is the best. I love when we have games like that. But I adore you guys. You are the best. I will see you tomorrow for, oh my god, tomorrow's my 4th last stream until Japan. Number 4. But it'll be good. I mean, I've been really enjoying these girthy, long ones so we get as much time together as we can. But I appreciate you. You are the best. I'll see you in the morning. I don't want to go, but I know I gotta eat and do laundry and stuff. But I love you. I'll see you tomorrow.